You can see the finishing line appear. Wins, and when you get close, when you get 3-0 up, you can see the finishing line appear very quickly, and this could snatch it away. It's actually a happy accident there. It's left him on a good finish. We'll come back for a break opportunity, and then does the panic set in for Titus Kanik, because he's on that losing run of 6 results himself.
Yeah, things are starting to change here, aren't they, in this one? If George Killington can take care of this.
No score.
Yeah, sensible decision there from Killington.
Really made sure of that bust, though, didn't he?
79.
I mean, given how some of his darts have strayed, I kind of understand that.
He's got the 12, the 9, the 11, the 14, a big section. He made sure of that.
Game shot.
And he made sure of that as well. He looked down and out at 3-0 down. He was starting to shake his head. He was letting the frustration get to him, but a ton out to get his first leg on the board. Backs it up really nicely.
$23.
Just that pattern. Low 1, high 5. That's when you can just tell that he's not quite at his game.
41.
When you see that cut across the board.
Yeah, and he'll almost be more frustrated now because he'd done so well to work his way back into it.
But isn't that where the nerves and the pressure then start to become back into the game again, when it goes
100.
from can I save a bit of face to actually the result's back on here? And see my opponent just starting to come off the boil as he's got a little bit closer to the finishing line.
134.
Because when you're on these runs, the fear of winning becomes part of it.
$140. $180.
Third maximum of the game for Titus. He found it in the opening couple of legs. Back on the maximum train.
84.
Edgar's outside
94.
prediction of the day into round 2. Gone with Scott Williams today. I think he's due a bit of a run here in Players' Championship 15.
Well, I mean, hang on. You've given yourself 3 picks, I think it was, maybe 4. But George Killington, this would be pretty special, wouldn't it?
Game
On
shot.
double 17 for a 1-5-4 out. And in that leg, from absolutely nowhere, it looked like Titus Kanik was going to extend his advantage again, but that was pretty special.
And resistance as well, wasn't it? Because a maximum hit against him in that leg.
93.
And 3-0 down has levelled it up and is fully in the ascendancy now. We said one moment, a spark, a big thing, can really waking up that confidence that George Killington naturally has. It's a strong personal attribute of his. He would not be giving up, and
180.
look at him firing now. That is 6 perfect darts.
Now he is starting to find it. It didn't look likely, did it, early on in this
55.
one? He was languishing in the low 70s, but really impressive from Killington, who's fighting to keep hold of his tour card. Still plenty of work to do.
180.
Make that 9 perfect darts, 6 in this leg.
9 perfect darts, and if he makes it 12, he's going to get himself a pin
140.
badge. Well, before we get too distracted about the miss there on the 9 darter and that possibility, the most important thing to remember here is this is actually against the throw.
Yeah.
89.
What a leg from Killington, down to 52 after 9, when for the majority of this game he's been in the 70s
96.
in regards to his average, making a big move now.
Couldn't tell you how close those darts were.
Well, this is a nice open bed though for Canik.
97.
I can tell you that was quite a drift. Bit of a pull there from Titus Canik. Killington now to take the lead. Who would have thought that was a possibility at 3-0 down? Well, the only person that would have believed it would have been George Killington, and that's the only person who needs to believe it. He has turned this one right around, and average now pushing up towards the 90 mark. He's found a good sort of 13 points so far, just in the last couple of legs.
Yeah, you called it, didn't you? You said that he's a very confident player. He will not stop believing. He didn't. And yes, he'd already won 2 legs, but that 154 really
100.
felt like he was starting to turn the screw, didn't it? 2 ton-plus outs for him in this match.
And this is where the mindset moves beyond what we're watching. It's beyond what we're seeing here with just a couple of players playing against each other. Because for Canik, who's lost his last 6 games in a row, who was 3-0 up, he'll feel like it's another one slipping away. And when you don't have that recent form, that recent confidence
96.
to sort of draw on, that you can turn it around, you can just start to panic. And we can see that now in some of the darts, just dropping low as he's just not releasing on time, just holding onto the dart a little bit too long. And Killington, he's only going
81.
one direction right now. He's getting better and stronger with every visit.
Yeah, and the one thing that he is doing more and more now as this match goes on is, yes, there's still a dart or two that goes stray,
55.
but the readjustment, he's adjusting really well. You saw it there with darts 2 and 3. And the same thing again there.
125.
Yes, the first dart was low into the 5s, but he's not letting that fester, is he now?
Evidenced perfectly.
58.
Now time on his side. 6 darts here to put himself a leg away from the magic 6.
Game shot.
What a turnaround this is. From 3-0 down, Killington
180.
now within a leg of victory, but that's a 4th max of the match from Canik. Beautiful response.
180.
Perfect response.
$83.
Found a couple of maximums back to back. The last time Canik had the darts. Not going to repeat that, but could make a bit of a move here towards the finishing line.
134.
Beautiful switching. 5 big power trebles here from the opening 6. Canik's in trouble. In big trouble.
27.
George Killington now guaranteed 6 darts here from the 187. To win 6 legs on the spin.
And the way that he's changed things in this match, you kind of expect him to take care of it.
100.
Huge last dart. Well, you just couldn't see him hitting anything
96.
in the first few legs of this match. But George Killington, he's had to dig incredibly deep to carve out this match-winning opportunity.
$53.
He's left the double 17, which he used for that combination 154 finish. And he'll get an opportunity. Canik can't take this out. George
59.
Killington to end this losing run.
Will he go straight for it, or is he going to split? And he
shot
gets
and
the
a
match wrapped up. George Killington with a killer blow to Titus Kanek. His second match start gets the job done. Was 3-0 down in that contest, averaging in the low 70s. But as you can see, the work he did from that point was absolutely miraculous. That 154, the highest. There was a ton out in there as well to record his first leg. A really impressive comeback from George Killington to make it through to round 2 and record his first Players' Championship win in 9 matches.
Precision, control and performance matter in darts and on the road. Falcon Tyres delivers. Trusted in any weather, on any road, for any vehicle. Proud partner of the PDC, we bring passion to the streets and the arena. Falcon Tyre.
Welcome back to the first round action here at Players Championship 15 in Hildesheim. 2 first round matches we've brought you here on Streamboard 1, and they have both had plenty of drama. Michael van Gerwen defeated in our opening match by Dominic Grulich, a finalist in Players Championship 14, before George Killington produced a superb comeback to get the better of Titus Kanik. And in this one, we've got Callan Rids, the number 30 seed, 40th in the world, taking on James Hurrell. This could be an absolute belter of a match if they both produce the scoring power that we know they possess. And that, Matt Edgar, is not a bad way to start.
The perfect way to start. And I'm going to put it out there and say that I think James Hurrell is one of those players that is very understated, maybe underestimated. When we look at sort of seasonal stats and averages, he's always in the top 64.
60.
Sort of always reliable, sort of 90-plus sort of average, which makes him dangerous in all fixtures. And he's got some big wins, some big names on his CV already. In the second year of his tour card, gaining experience all the time. One of those players that is just one of the dangers as a non-seeded player.
125.
Certainly for Callan Rids, who no doubt his mind right now will be moving to the Winter Gardens in Blackpool, an event he's currently not qualified for, but has plenty of opportunity still to make up that money that he needs, and this will be one he'll feel a big chance this week.
Yes, £17,000 currently outside the match play spots, Callan Rids, looking to make that tournament for the 3rd time in his career. But as you mentioned, as a seed, James Hurrell is certainly
78.
in that bunch of players that you certainly don't want to be drawn against. For reasons like that, a 13-dart start for Hillbilly.
See, I've not been on ground level, shall we say, in regards to Pro Tour
96.
action for the last couple of years, but certainly the 11 years I spent down there on the Pro Tour, when players was playing to the level what James Hurrell is, they used to be called floaters, which basically meant they
100.
was a player playing to the level of a seed, but wasn't in a seeded position. So they'd float around the draws and they'd become a bit of a nuisance.
41.
Mentioned there, though, the £17,000 which Callan Rids is behind in regards to the World Match Play places at the moment. It's one of those things, isn't it, where if you suggest £17,000 was the amount that was needed to be made up, you wouldn't put that many players in the sort of bracket where you say they've got the explosive talent to pull that off, but Callan Rids certainly is in that conversation of players who could go on deep runs within these last events and get himself back to the Winter Gardens.
Most definitely.
84.
We've seen him do it on the Winter Garden stage, of course. This would really hurt.
127.
Not to be, and you could see Callan Rids there looking on, willing for that dart 60. To miss. Attempted tops, unable to get the first one.
26.
Not the intended target there for James Hurrell, but it could still work out quite well. That's a nice marker.
Game shot.
Uses it well. Doubles his lead, breaks the throw, and this is what we was talking about, that quality that James has got. Very, very dangerous player, certainly on the floor events.
Yeah, 3 times a quarter finalist in Players' Championship events.
100.
But when we were talking before the action started about players who we thought could go all the way and, you know, new
100.
winners that we could see, you wouldn't really be surprised, would you, if James Hurrell put in performances worthy of going on to take the title?
100.
No, absolutely not. Wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. He is one of those players that you sort of feel he's going to go on a bit of a
58.
run. He's going to do something very soon. Certainly when he first came to Pro Tour darts, he was having deep runs, wasn't he? Sort of booked his place at the Alexandra Palace very early and could be doing something similar this year.
45.
Michael Smith is another one of those players who's battling it out for a
59.
spot at the match play, currently just outside. He's averaging 104 at the moment against Jitsi van der Waal. 3 apiece in that one, though, despite averaging
85.
10 points more than his opponent.
Well, you would normally fear for Michael Smith, defending £15,000, a
137.
second round position at the World Match Play. However, with the increase in prize money that is due to come in the next year, you can kind of offset missing something.
Yeah.
This is the year, if you are going to miss a few big events, that you can kind of get away with it.
91.
It might not be as damaging as some may think for Michael Smith if he was to miss out on the Winter Gardens.
139. $40.
Well, I didn't think Callan Ridds could afford to miss that 147. I don't think he can afford to miss
shot.
this, and he doesn't. Gets his first leg on the board, and it is a break back for the Riot. Not quite at the blistering
100.
level that we've been talking about, that we associate with Ridds.
Thing is, though, he's one of those players that when you're playing him, you never feel
96.
comfortable because you know it can
Yeah.
come at any moment. He can just reel off 2-3 legs, running well over the 100 average, and before you know it, you've
91.
lost your lead and you're chasing. Explosive talent.
Yeah, that run at the World
60.
Championship really was spellbinding, wasn't it, from Callan Ridds? Consistently demonstrating the scoring power and
100.
clinical finishing.
And you could see it coming, couldn't you, really, for Callan Ridds, because the back end of last year, the form line really did start to
180.
increase quite rapidly. There's that thing I keep talking about, and I'll continue to talk about, that maximum that
138.
doesn't leave a finish. Almost feels a little bit wasted.
$65. Yep. 64.
Double four, not his friend at the moment. James Hurrell went tops, but outside the board with the
21.
first, and makes a real mess of things with his final dart as well. Will it all
Game
be in
shot.
vain? Yes, it will. And they're emphasising how quickly he can start to turn things, Callan Ridds. But another maximum
180.
from Hurrell. Third of the match for him.
I think that's kind of the story that we're seeing here, isn't it? From
140.
board 13 on streaming board 1 here. Opening game, Michael Van Gerwen was 5-2 down. Pulled it back, ended up losing 6-5. George Killington 3-0 down, ended up winning 6-3.
140.
Sort of been the curse of leading early on.
95.
Like Michael Van Gerwen in that opening game, who's been playing well statistically, but not getting results. I mean, we mentioned Michael Smith earlier on. He's now 4
41.
each. 106.87, and he's 4 all. Seems like at the moment, sort of the big marquee names within the sport are still producing, but not getting
58.
results.
Yeah, I think the damage was done early, wasn't it, in that match for Michael van Gerwen?
100. $94. $20. $98.
We didn't look overly comfortable as he approached the hockey there, did he, Callan Rydz? He didn't look like he fancied the 114.
Game shot.
You know, I'm going to make a bit of an observation here. I don't look comfortable this entire game. He's sort of jumping with the action. Sort of hopping on that lead foot
180.
at times, which is just going to adjust the height. That's where he just needs to find that rhythm and that flow. Just to
140.
that free-flowing action. He's one of those players that when he finds that, just makes the game look so easy.
100.
It seems to be like an inconsistent issue that's there at the moment, which is becomes even harder to fix. When you've got a consistent issue happening, you're right, I'm hopping on my foot all the time, it's fine, I can go and work
134.
on that. But when it's sort of coming in at inconsistent times, it becomes a frustration and a nuisance.
134.
Nothing wrong with this though from Rydz. Quality leg of power scoring.
Yeah, but even at the times in this match where maybe in
100.
previous years we would have seen him get frustrated, seems to be keeping a lid on everything in this match. Even, like you said, things haven't all gone his own way,
Game
but
shot.
that's gone his way. A 12 darter to get us back level once again in this one. Superb from the Riot.
97.
And that's something, isn't it, that he's spoken about quite a lot. He's really worked on. Callan Rydz is
57.
just keeping a lid on things. He said it's largely because he's so much happier off the board than he previously had been.
Makes a big difference. It really does. Not just what you see and
76.
the players go through on the hockey, it's everything. It's that personal life, the getting the balance right.
100.
They do sort of transfer and translate. It happens the other way around. It's not just the personal life feeding in. Sometimes if it's not going well on the hockey, it can make you a bit more miserable in your personal life.
58.
Yeah, you do wonder as well, as this Players' Championship event progresses, whether the conditions
180.
here today will play a part, because it is a blisteringly hot day. And we've seen how, not that I want to spend too much time talking about conditions in Germany, as that seems to be a
60.
contentious topic at the moment, but if it is
132.
in these streaming booths as it is in the commentary area, then that might play some part as this event goes on.
The one beauty of it, though, is the room will start to empty.
88.
Most people, once they've lost the game, they're off, so there'll be a few less bodies down there, which might just
Game shot.
keep things a little bit more manageable. But this becoming manageable now for Callan Rydz. A break, a throw, he's got control, and this is what we're talking about. He can just go on these runs where the last couple of legs he's just put the foot to the floor on the throttle and
60.
starting to drive home. However, just not dry on the opening exchange here. Now it looks like he's got a bit of control.
Yeah, two really good legs from Callan Rydz back to back. A
140.
12 darter backed up with that 13.
$100. 59. 180.
Such a beautiful action, isn't it, when he's in full flow like that?
Well, he's one of those players, isn't he? Very similar to the likes of
58.
Adrian Lewis, Michael Smith, that when they're in flow look great, and Michael Smith has done the job. Board 14, he stumbled over the line in the end, but he's picked up some prize money here
130.
into the last 64. He'll be hoping for much, much more to keep his hopes alive for the Winter Gardens.
95. Game shot.
And Rids really has started to turn the screw now, hasn't he? He's getting down to the doubles first. Last three legs in 12,
140.
13 and 14. As you can see, he's dragged that average up over 101. And he is
177.
motoring towards the finish line now, the Riot.
Always a danger when you play someone like Callum Rids.
180.
James Hurrell matching him at the moment, blow for blow. It's a good performance from James Hurrell. 8 maximum shared between the two. Rids just showing
100.
that quality.
Yeah, and you look around the boards and there are so many that a performance like this from James
100.
Hurrell against many opponents would have been enough to blow them away.
95.
That's where the frustration comes in, because sometimes you go back to your hotel room and you do that thing. You go on Dark Connect, you have a look at the games and you go, couldn't I have played that one? But a bullseye here to save the game for James Hurrell.
50.
Not going to go. Callum Rids, an opportunity to get the job done here. He's off with the opening dart.
107.
He just shows us that he can hit the bullseye and then just proved it again. Tricky. Very tricky. He's had to move right the way across the oche.
15.
Find a way in, Rids, to get the job done.
Well, he's not had too many darts at double in the last few legs, James Hurrell, but he's missed those three.
Game shot.
And Callan
and a match.
Rids, well, he left double 11 with those 2 bulls in the previous visit, and he pins it with his second match start. A 6-3 triumph from Callan Rids, a 102 average, and in those last few legs he really did run riot. Some fantastic finishing and power scoring to boot, and he downs James Hurrell by 6 legs to 3.
Whack some cream on it. Hooroo. Wrap your laughing gear around that.
Hold the phone. What's this?
Foster's Proper Shandy, the amber nectar with lemony deliciousness.
You little ripper, Daniel.
Nothing better than a proper Aussie combo.
Like a kangaroo. Basically a rabbit mixed with a deer.
Or a mullet. City up front, out back.
Or jorts, the ruggedness of denim, with the ventilation of budgie smugglers.
I see your point.
New Foster's Proper Shandy, a proper Aussie combo. Good call.
the final time in first round action here on streaming board 1. We've got Jelle Klaassen taking on the informed player right now in Cam Crabtree. This is not the first day of action for him, even though it's the first day of action in regards to the Pro Tour. He's been here all weekend taking part in the PDC Development Tour, which is for the younger players now in regards to PDC darts. Came here without a single Development Tour title to his name. Picked up his very first one in event number 11. Followed that with another one in event 13 and another one in event 15. So a hat-trick of Development Tour titles that have seen him leapfrog up to second position on the Development Tour Order of Merit. Now, when we look at the benefits and the perks of that tour, certainly that place at the Alexandra Palace, we know there's opportunities as well at events such as the Grand Slam of Darts. So there's some real big chances that could present themselves for Cam Crabtree. The back of his work that he's done so far, and now he gets the opportunity to add to his Order of Merit system, which he has done so already, and there'll be a lot of eyes and focus on what he's going to be able to produce here this week.
Absolutely. For quite a while now, Cam Crabtree has been
133.
A name on everyone's lips. He's been someone that we've been looking out for, excited to see him get his tour card, and
140.
My goodness, the confidence that he'll have come here with for these Pro Tour events. Had made 2 finals in Players Championship in Development Tour events prior to the weekend.
131.
There's one, wasn't he, when he was playing on the Challenge Tour and getting call-ups that was really catching the eye. Quarterfinals, semi-finals.
Game shot.
We need to find that form here against Jelle Klaassen. Klaassen, a nice 15 dart holder throw.
When you look at the Jelle Klaassen throw now compared to when he was at his pomp, how would you compare it? Because there are a lot of moving parts, aren't there?
It's very, very different, but one thing that Jelle Klaassen's been very good at is working with his equipment 58. And trying to get the right dart to suit the action. It's a very unusual dart, but it's a dart that he's had very customised, 42. Very manufactured in order to suit the changes that have happened. And that's just the evolution of darts. You know, if we look to the greatest of all time, Phil Taylor, when he sort of was going through his career, he started off with those very thin, long darts. Then they sort of changed and evolved as he ultimately changed and evolved.
58.
Lots of reasons throws can change and evolve, and I think the one for Jelle Klaassen that stands out the most is that wrist surgery he had a few years ago. Will obviously change quite a lot within the action.
And he's actually a player. I mentioned during
81.
the last game how hot it is inside this building today. Jelle Klaassen is one player in particular who will absolutely
89.
hate that. 2 things he doesn't like:
90.
extreme heat and playing early on in the day.
Game
and
shot.
I doubt he liked that very much from Cam Crabtree either. But it's all business at the moment, isn't it, from Crabtree? I'm noticing quite a big difference in his demeanour
59.
in these streaming boards now. Seems a meaner version of Shazam.
Very fair assessment.
58.
I think it would have been fair to say with Crabtree, certainly when he first started playing on streamed events, he almost looked like a competition
92.
winner who's been given an opportunity to go play in a Pro Tour event. It was like, oh, I'm at the Pro Tour, I'm playing on stream event, this is what I wanted to do. When now it's like, no, this is where
96.
I belong, this is where I should be, and I'm now going to show you, and I'm going to produce the goods. And he's one of those players, very confident player, who will look at this, certainly with Michael van Gerwen being eliminated on this board, and go, I could go quite deep today.
Yeah, and I guess that's what winning tournaments does, isn't it?
140.
It doesn't matter if those wins were against players on the Dev Tour as opposed to a Players' Championship event.
180.
The surroundings very similar.
80. 30. 102.
Raises the wire there to take the throw off a Yellow Klassen.
Game shot.
Knowing none of it. All going with the darts in the early exchanges. That, the dart that Cam Crabtree will expect
140.
to build on. That flat angle of entry means he wants it at the bottom of the treble 20.
140. 100. 96.
Yeah, and since that early flurry of seeds that have gone out in Peter Wright, Michael van Gerwen,
125.
Wessel Nyman, Damon Hetta, the only one to be added to that is Madas Razma, who went down 6-2 to Nico
138.
Springer. Cam Crabtree looks to level proceedings once more.
96. 87.
Wrong leg with the throw.
Game shot.
13 dart hold for Crabtree, who, when we dig a little deeper into that development tour order of merit, it actually looks a little bit stronger than first
58.
impressions would imagine so, because the player who's top of that order of merit at the moment is Bo Greaves. When we think about those spin-offs and those perks,
100.
the Grand Slam of Darts is awarded to the Women's World Match Play winner as well, which Bo Greaves will be trying to defend in a couple of months' time at the Winter Gardens in
93.
Blackpool. Which, if she does so, would put Cam Crabtree in the top position as things stand for the Grand Slam of Darts, and
93.
looking good for that World Championships, of which, when you look a little bit further down, there's quite a drop-off, nearly £2,600 away from Owen Bates in third, and in regards to dropping out of those World Championship positions, he's got £4,500.
138.
The evidence of that, you'd suggest that Cam Crabtree will be making his debut at the Alexandra Palace this
97.
Christmas.
145.
We got the line bang on there, didn't he? Cam Crabtree not too far away at all. He's going to get an opportunity to tidy it up.
118. 21. 'Game shot.
That was the first opportunity for a break in this game. It went the way of Cam Crabtree. He wasn't able to convert. Yellow Klassen says thank you very much. Puts himself halfway to victory. Everything going with the throw.
100.
When that happens, you'd suggest that we've got quite an even battle on our hands.
43.
Statistically, over sort of the recent months, you'd sort
140.
of side with Crabtree, but results-wise, Yellow Klassen's had quite a few deep runs recently.
58.
Certainly that one in Rosmarlen just a couple of months ago.
60. 60.
I can confirm that coming up on this streaming board, once we're done with this
105.
rapid last 1-8 match, an all-Belgium clash between Mike de Decker and Kim Huybrechts.
45.
Could be quite tasty, couldn't it?
It could be the Belgian team if we don't see a return from Dimitri van
Yeah.
den Berg.
And
Game
double
shot.
8 is pinned by Cam Crabtree to level us once again.
81.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, won't it, with Dimitri Vandenberg. Of course, we wish him the very
96.
best and hope to see him back competing very soon. But you look at his race
40.
for things like the match play, and you start to wonder whether he's already written off qualifying for tournaments later this year.
140.
Looking ahead to Jelle Klaassen in his second year of his tour card, which
100.
means he's not in the top 64 at the end of the year. He would be losing his tour privileges unless he can regain them from Q School, and
95.
currently sat in the Players' Championship finals and also inside the positions for the World Championships. However,
100.
not too much comfort. He's only £2,000 away from the cut-off, and that's including the fact he's reached a final this year on the Pro Tour in
58.
event number 3 in Rosmalen, so maybe a sign of inconsistency there for Jelle Klaassen.
100.
Another chance here for Cam Crabtree to get that breaker throw. It was
80.
dangerously close to the bust, wasn't it? But another missed opportunity, another missed break chance. Jelle Klaassen,
Game
2
shot.
darts, only needs the 1. Pattern continues.
Yeah, some excellent clutch finishing from Klaassen
44.
on his own throw, as you can see there from the numbers. Crabtree's the one, isn't he, who's
140.
looking the most likely against the darts.
Well, he was.
140.
Rescues that well. As the mind starts to wander.
And it'll be wandering again
135.
to that visit, yes. A wayward third, but there's enough to pile on the pressure.
96. $140.
Yeah, he'd have been disappointed there, wouldn't he, if he'd only come away with a ton after that first dart. And now an opportunity to break.
140. $51.
Or 13 for Crabtree. That's
68.
wayward. That facial, that reaction, which is all you need to know. Klaassen to get control,
Game
to get
shot.
the breaker throw, and that is the first breaker throw in this game. It's gone the way of Jelle Klaassen. Now, looking to serve this out for what would be a big win against an informed player.
Yeah, there's never a bad time
134.
to break the throw, but that feels like a particularly good one, doesn't it?
Oh, I love that breaker throw there. When you get that breaker throw,
96.
you walk straight down the oche and you go straight back to throw in again. The opponent stood at the back, just stood pondering. You've got an opportunity to go up
83.
and win the match. You know you've got the safety net as well. If this does go wrong over the next couple of legs, they decide you've got the throw as well.
132.
Sort of like a power walk.
$180.
Okay.
$134.
And a match
shot.
start, the
And the
first
match.
one, and
Jelle
Jelle Klaassen pins it a 104 out to down Cam Crabtree. It was all going with throw for the first 6 legs of the match. And then it was Jelle Klaassen who managed to find the break required. Look at the finishing stats from him in that one. It was Cam Crabtree who did better in the scoring phase for much of the contest. But it's Jelle Klaassen who comes through and beats the man who won 3 Dev Tour titles over the weekend in Cam Crabtree. into the last 64 we go then here at Players' Championship 15 from Hildesheim. And next up, it is an all-Belgian battle between two players who could very well be teammates at the World Cup in Frankfurt next month. And I think it would be fair to say that one of these players will be hoping that Dimitri Van den Bergh returns to action a significant amount more than the other one, because Mike De Decker and Dimitri Van den Bergh,
It's Mike to throw
very
first
close
for the
friends, desperate to play World Cup action
ball. That's
together.
25.
But Kim Huybrechts, well, if Dimitri decides that he's not
It's a
ready
25.
to return to professional darts, then he will be next in line to partner De Decker, who's going to be set to make his
That's a
debut.
25.
And Kim Huybrechts, well, if he doesn't play in the World Cup,
That's a 25.
it'll end a 13-year stint of representing Belgium.
That's a 25.
He's been in those positions so many times, but dropped down the rankings.
It's outside, so it's Mike to throw
As Mike De
first.
Decker wins the bull. That's the first
Game on.
battle won, if you like, of this contest. They have played each other 9 times previously, these two. And it's Kim Huybrechts who's come out on
100.
top in 6 of them. Mike De Decker, the World Grand Prix champion. Hugely significant achievement in his
43.
career. Been asked recently what major he'd like to win next, and he said that obviously
180.
the World Championship is the one that everyone wants to win, but he's not discounting things like the match play.
97. $100. $57.
Beautiful start to the combination from De Decker.
89.
He's got bags of time on his side here.
78. Game shot.
And it is a 14-dart start to proceedings for De Decker. I mentioned their head-to-head record, of course. The first 3 meetings that Kim Huybrechts came out on top in, they were all 2016, 2017.
59.
And their 2 meetings last year, 1 apiece. This their first of 2025.
140. $59. $57. $134. $140.
Superb scoring from De Decker at the start of this one. We know how relentlessly he can find that
134.
treble 20 bed, and it's exactly what he's doing at the start of this one. For a dart at the bull,
115.
didn't really trouble it, did he?
$58.
Double
Game
16,
shot.
we know how much he loves it on that segment.
96. 134. 96. 97.
Yeah, and you look at Kim Huybrechts, the year that he's had, one of the main reasons that he has slipped down the rankings. He's only qualified
59.
for one European Tour event in 2025, and on the floor, his best run, one last 16.
60. 100.
And he's quite a way off the pace early on, but this would certainly help to kickstart things, wouldn't it?
180.
Well, what a bruiser this would be.
120.
That really would have stung for Kim Huybrechts, having left himself on double
Game shot.
15 after 12. He does get a chance to get his first leg on the board and a break back in 13 darts.
$60. 96. 40. 96.
This second round action, we do already have 5 players through to the last 32. Gary Anderson, Scott Williams, Ross Smith, Martin
99.
Draft, and Jan van Veen all making it through. Gary Anderson, the best performer in the last 64 so far.
99.
But this from Mike De Decker could very well eclipse it. One of the finest actions in the game, so silky smooth.
92. 145. 100.
Well,
53.
too accurate with that first dart, Mike De Decker.
$56.
But nothing Kim Huybrechts could do to punish.
shot.
De Decker returns to the board. And it's a 2-leg advantage once more. Of course, we mentioned that World Grand Prix
140.
triumph for De Decker, but it all started when he won his first Players' Championship event. That really helped change things for him as soon as he got in the winner's circle.
96.
A completely different outlook there. And one of the things, actually, that sparked
57.
the upturn in form was a list that was compiled of Belgian greats in the world of darts. And he looked through that list and was pretty miffed at how
57.
far down that list he was, and wanted to rectify things. He wanted to be seen as maybe even the best
96.
Belgian by the time he finishes his career. He used that to motivate himself, said himself as well plenty of times that
140.
he's quite lazy when it comes to practicing. That's something he's looked to change as well. And it's paying off for him pretty well, isn't it, at the moment?
134.
Well, Kim's up in the scoring. But De Decker not really faltering.
Game shot.
Excellent stuff from De Decker at the moment. Meaning that despite Huybrecht starting
84.
to find the trebles a bit more frequently, he's not really getting much reward. He's still not really getting a look at the outer ring because of
180.
darts like that from De Decker. Very impressive at the moment. And if you look at their first round matches, well,
97.
you'd not be too surprised to see this scoreline at the moment, because Kim Huybrecht came through against Tavis Dudene with an 81 average,
134.
whereas Mike De Decker was very impressive, 98 against Danny Lauby.
120.
Oh, this is absolutely
171.
exceptional stuff now from De Decker. Whether it's
96.
the treble 20 bed or whether he switches downstairs. Having so much
Game
joy
shot.
and backing it up with the doubles. An 11 darter to move within one. Well, there are question marks over whether they'll be partnering up for the World Cup in a month's time.
97.
It looks like De Decker's going to prevent Huybrecht from a passage through to the last 32 this afternoon.
134. $70. $140.
180. The requirement for De Decker there.
137.
If he wanted to leave himself a finish, not to be. And he's pulled it into the wrong segment. Needed just a single 18 to leave himself on the big fish.
93.
And nothing's going right for Kim Huybrecht in this one. Just needed to find that big single.
56.
Can De Decker get the job done? 83 points remaining. And he
Game
does.
shot
It
and
is
the match.
absolutely
Mike De Decker.
delightful from De Decker. A 6-1 triumph. And he didn't do a great deal wrong at all in that one. Limited Kim Huybrecht's opportunities. As you can see there, 1 from 1 on the outer ring. That's the only dart at double he had, and that was in leg 3 to complete a 13 darter. But it's a 104 average from Mike De Decker, 55% checkout success in that one. And if he maintains that level, well, you wouldn't back against him. Maybe add into his collection of titles. The second round action continues here in Hildesheim. 15th Players' Championship event of the campaign. For Ricardo Pietreczko, well, in 2025, his best run on the floor came in the last event in Rosmalen, where he made it to the quarterfinals. Yet to get past that stage
to throw first for the ball.
this year. Of course, known more so for his runs
That's a 25.
in things like European Tour events, where he has been victorious
That's outside, so it's Ricardo to throw
previous years.
first. Game on.
Taking on ice-cold Darren Beveridge. He's had a couple of decent runs himself in Players'
100.
Championship events, but if you are just joining us, well, of the 8 Premier League players in PDC darts, just one of them made it
140.
here to Hildesheim this weekend, Michael van Gerwen, and quite frankly, I'm wondering whether he wonders why he bothered at this point, because he lost in the opening round 6-5 to
43.
Dominic Grulich. Did have a mid-90s average, though. It wasn't a disastrous performance,
100.
but the result not what the Green Machine wanted, as he gears up for a huge week in Aberdeen for the Premier League. But when it comes to these two players,
140.
met 3 times before, and it's actually Darren Beveridge who's won 2 of those meetings, so he knows what it takes to get the better of Pikachu.
100.
A couple more seeds falling in the last 64. James Wade going down to Keen Barry, and Luke Woodhouse losing out to Martijn Dracht, both
98.
eliminated at the last 64 stage. Gary Anderson safely through, though, as is Mike De Decker, who we just saw on the streaming board.
99.
But Shanghai required for Ricardo to hold throw. You feel he needs to take it. He needed to find a passage through to that treble,
56.
because this has been a solid start from Beveridge.
Game shot.
And he manages to break in 15. Very good start indeed.
$140.
And we have had a 9-darter here in Hildesheim today. Dave Chisnell, the man, the myth, the legend.
134.
Pinning perfection against Darius Labanauskas. Lucky D probably didn't feel too lucky in that match, because Chizzy, with a spectacular performance overall,
60.
108 average and a 6-1 win. Not too shabby at all.
60. $38. $83. $137.
And it's double 12, the target.
Game shot.
Well, he couldn't use that first one as a marker, but he found his way to the bed anyway. And this is an excellent start from Ice Cold, who, as you can see him mopping his brow
140.
there, suggests he feels anything but ice cold inside the streaming booth at the moment.
100. $100.
Oh, it's a much better start to a leg from Ricardo Pietreczko.
140.
But Beveridge sticking with him. Needs a treble.
55.
Not that one. Same required for Beveridge,
41.
and he also drifts into the wrong segment. So neither down to a finish after 9. Much better.
140.
Much better. 66 left for Pietreczko to get a leg on the board.
$118. $58. $86.
Darren can't find double 16 for a ton-topping finish. Can the German
Game shot.
recover? He does.
$41. $60. $81. $100. $140.
Well, he couldn't leave a finish there, Darren Beveridge, but takes a good old chunk off his score when he returns. And it's a maximum required for Ricardo too.
$140.
Would have left him on 161 on the first.
$96. $137. $60.
So it is tops for Ricardo.
Game
And
shot.
tops is pinned. Excellent execution to level things up. Just takes a little Dimitri-esque exhale before returning to kick us off in leg 5. But when we have a little look at other things that are happening
60.
on the outside boards at the moment, Willie O'Connor through to the last 32. Dave Chisnell, as I mentioned, a 9-darter en route to a
180.
6-1 win over Darius Labanauskas and a 108 average. Danny Noppert through, Jan van Veen, Dominic Grulich Through to the last 32 again, beating George Killington 6-4. Putting a real
57.
run of results together at the moment, isn't he, the German? Runner-up of the last Players' Championship event, now through to the last 32. Ross Smith getting the better of Adam Lipscomb. Thibaut Tricol
96.
eliminating Kevin Dutz. Scott Williams and Sebastian Białecki also coming through. Białecki beating Raymond van Barneveld 6-3.
96.
Jim Williams also victorious, getting the better of Max Hopp. How important could a run be for him? And how important
180.
could that second 180 of the leg be for Darren Beveridge? Puts him in a commanding position against the darts.
134. Game shot.
An 11 darter, absolutely superb from Beveridge. He's just seen his lead eroded. Might be struggling with the temperature in the streaming booth, but not struggling with a great deal else at the moment.
100.
And in recent Players' Championship events, he has beaten the likes of Ross Smith, Martin Lukeman, Jose de Souza, Joe Cullen,
60.
and Ryan Joyce. So could add Gary Anderson to that list. Just apologising there for dropping a dart. Ricardo chooses to see the funny side of it, realises that he hadn't done it intentionally. And I can tell you that not all players would have reacted
59.
like that. Might surprise you to learn. Well, I think Ricardo's actually more distracted having a chat with Darren Beveridge about it than the actual incident itself.
$81. $58. $77. $94. $95.
Big visit this for Darren Beveridge, looking to back up that break.
100.
He secured in the last leg in 11 darts. And he's going to get a first look at doing so. But what will Ricardo be lurking on?
96.
Double 15.
60.
Another double finish
56.
attempted. Got the first. Couldn't follow it in. Goes straight for it again.
24.
Well, you do wonder, given how the first two attempts went, whether he should have split. And now I'm sure he'll be wishing that he had. Well, I understand that quizzical look there, because He'll have felt as that second dart left his hand as though it was in.
No score.
3 excellently thrown darts. Look at those. Again, he chooses to see the funny side. I can only imagine that at some point that's going to turn.
No score.
2 completely contrasting emotions out there. Well, we've taken an early train to Shredsville in this match after just 5 legs.
Two.
Well, we're entering the territory now where it would be beneficial for both of these players if somebody, anybody, just wraps it up. Because this isn't beneficial to either of these.
9.
That's now 10 darts missed at double from Ricardo Pietreczko. He's still laughing. I'll tell you someone else who might be laughing. Well, they won't be now. But I do wonder whether Joe Cullen had a little eye on this, hoping that it was a 41 darter. Those of you who've watched recent Eurotour events will understand just why.
100.
And if you haven't watched recent Eurotour events, quite frankly, you don't deserve to know why.
60. 100. 100. 140.
Well, how often do we see this? When a leg that gets
134.
incredibly scrappy, multiple darts missed at double from both players, and it's actually the player who loses it who acquits themselves the better in the next leg.
95.
You wouldn't assume that that would be the case, but it does happen quite frequently.
91.
Well, he's just shaved 2 off.
$55.
I mean, some people are a bigger fan of starting on the 25s on 66 than others.
60. Game shot.
I don't speak German, so I'm not entirely sure what Ricardo said there, but I doubt it was, "You've had a blinding game so far, let's continue in this manner."
140. 140. 95. 100.
'The number 1 seed, Martin Schindler, through to the last 32, getting the better of Christian
96.
Kist. Joe Cullen also through, beating Nathan Girvan. But Ryan Searle has gone. We've lost another seed. Gone down 6-4 to Jeffrey de Graaf. Alan Suter defeated by Daryl Pilgrim. Raymond Van Barneveld and James
60.
Wade, 2 other seeds to have fallen at the last 64 stage. Bullseye for a 170.
132.
Didn't tickle it, did he?
$74.
Straight for it.
$22. Game shot.
And it's Darren Beveridge, who's come out on top in 2 of their 3 meetings, who is now a leg away from yet another win over Ricardo Pietreczko. He's not had the greatest season on the floor,
140.
Pietreczko. It looked like he was starting to turn a bit of a corner in Rosmarlen, but not so much based on this performance.
60. $140.
We mentioned earlier that it's also a big day for Michael Smith as he looks to move closer to a
140.
match play spot. He's through to the last 32 as well, beating Adam Hunt 6-2.
$180.
Much better scoring from Ricardo.
$97.
Well, in a leg that he has to win to extend this contest,
Game
it's a
shot.
very, very tidy effort indeed. 11 data equals the best leg of the match. Beveridge going out in 11 in leg 5.
60.
Now needs a break to send us all the way.
$140.
And he has taken those darts out of the board with some aggression there, hasn't he?
81.
Angry Ricardo. An angry Ricardo is a
180.
very good Ricardo.
$140. $100.
Well, he's not quite been at the level produced when he went on to
60.
win on the Euro Tour, Pietreczko, but my goodness, has he been good to work his way back into this one. Double
Game
12
shot.
is found, back-to-back 11 darters to take us into a decider. He was 4-2 down, 5-3 down, but now he has the darts to make it through to the last 32.
125. $87.
And I mentioned that he was 4-2 down. The leg
85.
Beveridge won to go 4-2 up was in 29 darts. At that point, it looked like it could have been pivotal in breaking Pietreczko's
59.
resistance, but it's actually he who's rebounded the better from that leg.
180.
Frustration
97.
for Beveridge because he's faltered just as Pietreczko has turned the screw.
91.
Unable to find tops to win the match, but he will return anyway.
$60.
And Beveridge's trebles have deserted him. So to get over the line and book his spot in the last 32, Riccardo Pietreczko, one more dart in hand. Is he going to bust it?
12.
Well, he had to think about it, didn't he? A wise decision, clarity of thought key there for Riccardo. Didn't want to get embroiled
90.
by going for the double five and coming inside. So now has 3 in hand if needed at double 4. Down for double 2.
No score.
6 match darts have come and gone for Riccardo Pietreczko in this decider. Will he get any more? Or can Beveridge pinch it? He looked down and out in this decider. And it's double 16.
92.
An excellent attempt to get a dart at double 16 for the match, but it doesn't go. And he thinks that's the end of his day. He doesn't think Riccardo Pietreczko is going to miss any more. He's put his darts down.
Game shot.
And at the 7th
match.
time of asking, Riccardo Pietreczko does eventually get over the line in this one. It looked like it was going to be plain sailing in the decider until he missed 7 for the match. Then had to survive a match dart himself from Darren Beveridge. But what a spell, aside from the end of that leg, that it was from Riccardo. Back-to-back 11 darters to force that decider. As you can see, those finishing stats hampered significantly by what happened in the 6th leg. But when Riccardo Pietreczko turned it on, well, Darren Beveridge really struggled to find any answers. A 6-5 victory for the German.
the last 3. It's Gary to throw first for the bull. $25.
Board final time here then
25.
at Players' Championship 15 in Hildesheim. And up next, one of the performers of the opening couple of rounds in Gary Anderson, the winner of the most
25.
recent Euro Tour event. And he's taking on
25.
Smash Martin Lukeman for a place in the last 16. Gary Anderson in his opening couple of matches got the better of
50.
Welshman Robert Owen with a 101 average and then backed that up by beating
25.
Matty
Gary to
Dennant
start
with a
the game.
102. Continuing that blistering form that he showed in order to win that Euro Tour title at the European Darts Grand Prix, become the
100.
first player to successfully defend that title and only the 3rd player to win multiple Pro Tour events in 2025. Such is the lure of the Flying Scotsman that Dan Dawson has decided to leap into the chair to join me for this
140.
one.
Yeah, well, that's Sindelfingen victory for Gary. He beat Lukeman along the way, but that was the game where he was perhaps most vulnerable. Not feeling
39.
good. He did not play well. He only snuck through 6-5 with a mid-80s average. After that, he got the job done.
140.
But it will be a source of frustration for Martin Lukeman. The eventual champion was there, ready for the taking. He wasn't
100.
able to do it. He is keeping pace with him here. 1-2-1 plays 1-2-2.
$97.
4 18s. Would leave one at the bull. Only get a couple of 18s.
54.
Double 6
Game
now for
shot.
Gary Anderson. It's pinned for a 14 dart start.
$140.
He's had to work hard to get to this stage of the tournament, Martin Lukeman. Back-to-back last leg deciders against Graham Hall, where they both played well.
$140.
And then Patrick Hellertz, where they both played pretty average stuff, but he's come out on the right side of both of them. Gary, by contrast, back-to-back 10-plus
39.
averages and seen off Rob Owen and Matty Dennant. So they've both got to the same stage in rather different manners.
Yeah, but
140.
Lukeman been more than enough in the early stages to live with Anderson in the scoring phase.
77.
Excellent use of the bull there from Lukeman. To again get down to a finish after 9.
81.
But Gary on a better one. More favourable finish.
55.
He's going to try and squeeze in from the right-hand side. No, he's not. He's just going to throw the 18s. Fair enough.
Well, he had us all fooled there. As soon as he moved across, we thought he was going to find a way through or try and find a way through to the treble 20 bed. But
65.
thought better of it in the end.
Well, Lukeman can't win it on the ball. And Gary goes treble 14.
62.
Well, he got 2 darts at the outer ring. For a level game. Looking to go over the top of it from the left-hand side by the looks of it. Up near the double 11.
17.
That was the plan. It didn't work. He's missed 3 darts for the leg. He could find himself 2-0 down.
Game shot.
And he does. Gary Anderson had missed a couple himself, but Smash unable to punish him.
85.
Few games underway in the last 32. Scott Williams 2-0 up on Thibaut Tricol. Ryan Joyce leading Keen Barry at the moment.
100.
Keen Barry eliminating James Wade in the last 64, of course. Superb performance in that one. And happy
57.
feet, Justin Hood just getting underway against Jeffrey de Graaf. Dominic Grulich again in the last 32 into another board final.
140.
Taking on Callan Rids.
Yeah, always going to be a couple of days of opportunity, this, with so many big names missing. But if Dominic Grulich finds his way
101.
deep again, he's done it by beating the only Premier League player here.
Yeah.
Winner of this one faces either Scott Williams or Thibaut Tricol.
57.
Scott Williams 2-0 up in that particular one. Been a while since we've seen Scott Williams challenging at the back end of, well, pretty much anything, to be honest.
140.
Yeah, which is something we didn't expect to be saying maybe even 12 months ago.
100.
It's on. Tops.
98.
A dart miss for a 3-0 lead for Gary Anderson. Martin Lukeman, loads of routes for this. That leaves double 16.
72. Game
Well,
shot.
Gary Anderson does manage to take a 3-0 lead in this one, but when he missed that first dart, he started pointing at the black drape, which I think implied that there was quite a bit of noise coming from outside. He was shaking his head a little bit.
180. $135. 140.
And when Matt Edgar and myself were talking about today being one of opportunity for players for the reasons that you've just mentioned, Dan,
59.
Dom Taylor was a name that we highlighted. Ross Smith was another one that I thought I wouldn't be surprised to see going deep. And Dom Taylor has just booked
45.
his spot in the last 32.
Oh,
139.
dear me. Well, that's just...
Idiotic.
yeah. Yeah. And he's realised that now. And it just lifts the pressure on Martin Lukeman. He can just hit a 96 to leave double top,
96.
which is exactly what he does. Could have gone for the 17s. That would have been a better move. Look at that. You'd have had a shot.
144.
I mean, that is an amazing
Yeah.
setup. Unfortunately, Lukeman's first to a double.
Game shot.
And he takes the chance. 14 darter gets on the board. So he's won one leg. He's missed darts to win another two in this game. Granted, Anderson has been marginally the better player. But it's a good contest.
Yeah, I think at that point, if I've left 168 and my opponent's on tops,
140.
I'm just going to attempt to take the 168 out anyway.
How would you do that?
I'm joking. I'm obviously joking.
40. 59. 100. 174.
This is much better, isn't it, Gary Anderson? Nothing wrong with the maths there.
97.
Well, 101 average in round one, 102 in round two. He's up at 104 at the minute. Gary Anderson is playing some proper darts here. And
88.
how many times have we said that on the Pro Tour over the last 2 or 3 years? devastating on the floor. Gary Anderson seems to be quite enjoying it nowadays.
100. Game
And
shot.
it is a 13 darter. Puts right the wrongs from the last leg. He'd left himself on a bogey number, but someone else who's been pretty devastating today, Jan van Veen.
100.
He's 3-1 up on Daryl Pilgrim, averaging 108.5.
95. $58. 97. 96. 99.
Gary Anderson not really that concerned about hitting numbers that leave a finish.
$180.
This is great from Lukeman, but with Gary Anderson, he probably just thinks, if I just keep aiming for targets, I'm going to get down to a finish. Anyway, I'm playing so well
94.
that I'm going to end up getting there. And the likelihood is, more often than not, I'll get there before my opponent does.
Well, true, but it hasn't happened in this leg.
Game
and
shot.
Lukeman in another 14 darter. And while that leg was not one where he ended up on a bogey number and missed an opportunity to win the leg, a couple of legs ago, that was the
Yeah.
case.
171.
If he keeps on just hitting trebles almost at will, then Martin Lukeman is going to have to relent at one point, you would imagine.
100.
Well, that's 5 perfect darts.
140.
You will not see a 6th. Already had a 9 darter from Dave Chisnell today.
$120. 138.
I mean, there was a part of me that wanted to see him fill that up there. It would have been the funny move.
Undoubtedly.
134.
Well, he's done well, Lukeman. He's had a dart on the floor in
Yeah.
this leg.
Game
But it does
shot.
not matter, because that's an 11 darter from Gary Anderson. And the average just keeps going up. 106 now.
Yeah,
96.
Lukeman's not really doing a great deal wrong himself in this one, is he? It's just quite hard to compete with a Gary Anderson who, devastatingly for
140.
everyone else in the field, is getting better and better as the day goes on.
Well, look, Gavin Price has won 3 of these titles this year.
100.
He is the top boy in this series of events. With him not here, as well as the likes of Humphreys and Littler, yeah, it's a great opportunity.
140.
But Gary Anderson, over the last couple of years, maybe 3 years really, these floor events, it's been difficult to find anybody playing better than him.
58.
Maybe it isn't a weekend or double header of opportunity. Maybe it's just an opportunity for Gary to pick up more.
60.
Opportunity for everybody else to get a closer look as Gary storms his way to titles.
$97.
To win it with a 161. Just the wrong side of the wires. I won't get a match dart in this
137.
visit, but he'll leave himself on double 12 unless Martin Lukeman can pluck out this 150. And he's not going to do that.
Yeah, he had a couple of opportunities,
56.
didn't he, in legs 2 and 3, Martin Lukeman, to
Game
keep the
shot
scores a
and the
little
match.
closer.
Gary
But
Anderson.
aside from that, opportunities have been few and far between against a sensational flying Scotsman display. You can see him there saying, what more could I have done to compete with that performance from Gary Anderson, looking to become just the second player in 2025 to win multiple Players' Championship events. Gerwyn Price is the other one, a 107 average, 55% checkout success, despite not hitting a single 180 in that match. Quite incredible stuff from Gary Anderson, who makes it through to the last 16.
Precision, control and performance matter in darts and on the road. Falcon Tires delivers. Trusted in any weather, on any road, for any vehicle. Proud partner of the PDC, we bring passion to the streets and the arena. Falcon Tire.
last 3 gentlemen.
Last 16 time here at Players Championship 15, Halle 39 in Hildesheim. We have, as always, a mix of some big names and some less heralded players. We have our first quarter-finalist, in fact, because Krzysztof Ratajski has made quick work of his last 16 tie with Carl Sneed winning it 6-0, averaging over a ton. It was way over a ton, about 110 for large portions of that game. So Ratajski awaits in the quarterfinals from either Ross Smith or Ryan Joyce. But we're going to focus on this 50. One between Dom Taylor and Jermaine Wattimena, with the winner to face either
25.
Gary Anderson or Scott Williams. Now, Scott Williams is one of 3 unseeded players to reach the last 16. Sneed was another one. He's out. But Dom Taylor only just in the seeded positions, the number 32. But he's taken out the number 1 seed, Martin Schindler. How far can he go?
140. $41.
Yeah, and for large spells of that game against Martin Schindler, it was very, very impressive stuff from the tower. First look at him on Streamboard 1 today.
140.
Some mixed performances from both of these.
100.
And for Jermaine, his best performance coming in the last 64 against Alexander Merckx.
60.
You'd say this is probably a step up for Jermaine from what he's faced so far today. Pera Lubic, who's not having a great time on the tour, saw him off 6-3. Then it was Merckx 6-3, and then Sebastian Białecki, the talented young Polish player. But Dom Taylor, man, who's in the top 16 in the averages list. This feels like a tougher assignment for Wattimena, but he is the European Championship
55.
finalist, and he is possibly the most likely next first-time winner of a PDC title.
60.
Yeah, most likely, but wouldn't be surprising to see Dom Taylor do just that, would it?
Game shot.
An excellent start from the tower. A 106 finish. Very tidy hold of throw.
140.
Mentioned Jermaine being one of the most likely, but I think it'd be fair to say Dom Taylor wouldn't be, or he'd be an unsurprising first-time winner of one of these events.
Absolutely
59.
agree. But Jermaine has come very close on numerous occasions, not just the European Championship, of course. He's been to the final of these sorts of events on numerous occasions.
100.
Yeah, 3 Players' Championship finals Jermaine Wattimena has found himself in. Still yet to get over the line.
$58.
But the good news for Jermaine when it comes to the particular races that we're talking about at this time of year, when the attention starts to turn to that match play race, the Grand Prix Players Championship finals and Euro Tour finals, he is comfortably inside for all of those things.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Can just focus on turning up, playing high quality darts, and hopefully from his point of view,
140.
picking up that maiden PDC title, because once he gets one, could that open the floodgates for Jermaine? By contrast, we've seen what happened with Gabriel Clemens. 6 times a finalist, 6 times a loser, and doesn't look that likely to pick one up, as Dom Taylor hits just his 3rd 180 of the day to leave a 1 treble combo. And it's affording him a chance.
34.
And it's tops for Dom Taylor. Backs up that 106 finish. Takes out the 114. Excellent finishing from the tower early on in this one.
Well, 2 similar finishes. Treble 19, single 17, 1 on double 16, 1 on top.
96.
Very nicely done by Dom Taylor. Very nicely done by our quarterfinalists so far. 6-0 Ratajski, we already mentioned. 6-1 Mike de Decker against Jeffrey de Graaf. And 6-0 Jan van Veen against his fellow Dutchman Niels Zonneveld. So 3 players storming through to the last 8.
Yeah, in very different
100.
ways, though. Jan van Veen not needing to be at the level that he'd shown in previous matches today.
100. $132.
Good visit, but not enough to leave a finish. Jermaine's not going to leave one either. But he's not going to put a big
56.
dent in it. So Dom Taylor got a real chance to just stretch this lead here to 3-0.
$99. $140.
And it is tops for Taylor.
54.
First dart missed in this match.
Going to be a third 10+ finish of the match, though. No, it will not be. Jermaine can't
56.
hit back with a combo finish of his own. Just next to that.
Game shot.
That'll do very nicely. It is 3-0. Now, these two have met 4 times before. It's 2 wins apiece.
180.
As Jermaine hits his first 180 of the game. It's only his 5th of the day. Dom Taylor doesn't hit many 180s. Jermaine Watamena does. He's not hit many today. But Dom Taylor, he has played
100.
PDC darts. He's been a sort of semi-regular, and now a regular because he's got his tour card. But semi-regular for the last 3 years. But his very first appearance on the
60.
PDC Pro Tour 2020, where he got a call-up, he played 1 event. He beat Jermaine Watamena in the first round of it. His first ever win in PDC darts. Went on to reach his board final. Also beat Stephen Bunting that day.
140.
No, sorry, Andy Hamilton, then lost to Bunting. That's a significant landmark in Dom Taylor's career. As I say, it's 2020. That's 5 years ago
55.
when that happened. Could he beat Jermaine on his way to, say, his first PDC title here today? Because I tell you what, Gary Anderson would be a lot of people's favourites to win it, and he's 5-3
91.
down to Scott Williams.
Well, you just didn't see how that would be
96.
possible when we saw him on the streaming board in the last game. Flawless display.
This has got to be flawless from Taylor, and that is a heck of a start. We couldn't nestle it alongside.
134.
It looked beautiful to follow along, didn't it, with a second in that bed? He is going to get a
58.
look at this 36. Ross Smith also through to the quarterfinals
Game shot.
as Dom Taylor moves ever closer to joining. There's been just one leg in this contest where Jermaine Watamena has had darts at double. And they came in leg 2. Had 2 of them. Wasn't able to pin either. And Dom Taylor
134.
took out the 114.
Well, that's it. Look, the first 2 legs, he's taken out 10+ finishes. The next 2 legs, Jermaine Watamena has had
100.
looks at similar ones. 106, 110. Never even got a dart at a double. When those chances have presented themselves, Dom Taylor's taken them. Jermaine hasn't. It's allowed Taylor back to the board. 4-0, and this is in danger of being another one-sided contest in the last 16. We've seen 4 convincing wins already. We've just seen
60.
Danny Noppert come through a last leg decider against Callan Rids. So Noppy sets up an all-Dutch quarter-final in the bottom quarter of the draw
134.
with Jan van Veen. That is the Dutch World Cup pairing this year. Mike de Decker will face Dave Chisnell, who's just beaten Joe Cullen. Ross Smith will face Christoph Ratajski, and then it's the winner of this one against
137.
either Anderson or Scott Williams, and Scott Williams is 5-4 up.
140.
Yeah, the Flying Scotsman showing a bit of resistance in that one. And
98.
again, gets the first part of that combination right, unable to follow it. Jermaine
40.
unable to even get a dart at the bull again at the end of that combination. And it could well be the same old story, couldn't it? Because it's another one where he's had a look, Jermaine Watamina, unable to get a dart at double. And Dom Taylor does pin double six for a 5-0 lead. The same old story continues. And the winner of this one
97.
will be taking on Scott Williams, who's got the better of Gary Anderson, a 6-4 success.
Yeah, and that's Scott Williams, a World Championship semi-finalist, of course, but a guy that, despite all the withdrawals,
140.
is still outside the seeded positions. He's the only unseeded player in the tournament, still left standing.
40.
Dom Taylor, the very, very bottom seed, the number 32 here today. But not playing like it, is he? Came into this averaging about 94 for the day. This is his best
96.
performance of the day, averaging in 3 figures here. And Jermaine Watermain has not had the answer.
180.
Second 180 gives him a narrow advantage, but got a chance of leaving a finish here. Now he doesn't.
82. $94.
Great switch there from Jermaine Watamina.
$131.
But that is superb from Dom Taylor. This has to go. And it does.
Game shot.
Fantastic. He's had so few opportunities at the back end of legs, Jermaine Watamina. But finally, to extend this contest, it was just a hold of throw.
100.
Yeah, no need to worry for Dom Taylor, really. But
100.
whoever wins this one, we've got a quarter-final lineup where there's only one player who's won a title so far this year, and that's Jan van Veen, winning his very first PDC title of his career.
140.
Whoever comes through this one will be the only player who is
140.
yet to win a PDC title of any sort in the last 8, because even Scott Williams has managed to pick up a title, did so as a non-tour card holder, of course.
100. 100. 57. 65.
So a match-winning opportunity for Dom Taylor to make it through to the quarterfinals. He has been to 2 semis this year already. Lost those to De Graaf and Menzies to set up a tie with Scott Williams, tops the target.
84.
Does he stand the treble 20? No, he went double-double. He couldn't get it going. It looked an inviting
39.
guide for the treble, but ultimately he has been out-muscled in this game, Jermaine Watamena. Dom Taylor for a spot in the quarters. That will do it. It is an excellent display from the Bristolian. A 6-1 win. His best performance of the day, his biggest win of the day. If Dom Taylor can carry on playing like that for the next, hour and a half, that might be enough for him. 100 average, 60% on the doubles, but it was the back-to-back ton-plus combination finishes at the very start of the game, including that 114, that set up his path to victory. Watamena only allowed 3 darts at double.
Like some cream on it. Hooroo. Wrap your laughing gear around that.
Hold the phone. What's this? Foster's Proper Shandy, the amber nectar with lemony deliciousness.
You little ripper, Daniel.
Nothing better than a proper Aussie combo.
Like a kangaroo. Basically a rabbit mixed with a deer.
Or a mullet. City up front, out back.
Out back. Or jorts, the ruggedness of denim, with the ventilation of budgie smugglers.
I see your point.
New Foster's Proper Shandy. A proper Aussie combo. Good call.
Well, hang on to your petticoats, folks, because it's quarter-final time at Players' Championship 15.
Last 3.
And we have the Polish Eagle Krzysztof Ratajski versus Smudger Ross Smith. One of the biggest scorers in the game in Smudger, and just one of the most consistent players when in form. And Krzysztof Ratajski is back in form, ladies and gentlemen. He is looking to win his first title for a couple of years, but he hadn't made a quarterfinal on the Euro Tour for a couple of years until he did so in Munich recently. Things are starting to look up for Ratajski. He's averaging just shy of 96 for the day. He's barely hit any 180s, but he never does. It doesn't matter. Ross Smith averaging a little bit less than that, and he hasn't got going, but he's just controlled all the games he's been involved in. A 6-1 win to start the day, and then 15. A trio of 6-2 victories. He's just not losing many legs.
50, yeah. 50. No.
Just double-checking that Krzysztof hit the ball, which he did, and that means that he has won the ball, as Ross Smith can only make it into the 25. Now, Krzysztof's sole victory over Ross Smith came in the best part of 6 years ago on the Euro Tour. Every other game has been a floor event like this at the Players' Championship, 59. And they've all been won by Ross Smith, which is some going, because that encompasses a period of time where Krzysztof was one of the most difficult players to beat in the world.
140.
Well, I mentioned that Ross Smith has not been playing his best stuff today. He's only at half a dozen 180s, which in 4 games is a poor return, even though most of his games have been pretty short. They've been 7 or 8 legs.
57.
But if he does click into gear from this stage of the tournament, he could blast everybody away. And the early signs are good.
140.
Winner of this one to face either Dom Taylor, yet to win a PDC title, or Scott Williams, the winner of 1 PDC title. And he hasn't won one as a tour card holder.
80.
Whereas these guys are serial title winners. Ross Smith, a former European champion, but also has 4 of these titles.
140.
Straight 140s down to 81. Krzysztof Ratajski's haul, a very impressive 7 of these, a UK Open qualifier, a couple of 45. Euro Tours as well. And don't forget about the World Masters from his days playing WPF stuff. Double 18. 11 dart starts for Ross Smith.
$100.
Looks inviting. And it is.
180.
Only his 4th 180 of the day. He's just beaten Carl Sneed 6-0, averaging more than 102, Krzysztof.
60.
If he carries on in that fashion, he'll be very difficult to stop.
$140. $140.
Well, the ton 40s are flowing for Ross Smith.
$55.
Could be a big scoring affair between Dave Chisnell and Mike DeDecker, both 180 merchants.
59.
And it is the new pairing for the Netherlands at the World Cup, Danny Noppert versus Jan van Veen, that square off in the other quarter-final. Can't find his way through to the 57.
98.
Now, Ross, there's lots of ways of going for this, but I think he's probably just going to go on the treble 20. He hits loads of them. How about another? Double 11. Ooh,
31.
Very nearly.
Game shot.
That's a 13-darter, a break straight back for Krzysztof Ratajski. Not letting Ross Smith have it all his own way.
57. 140.
It's the 15th of these Players' Championship events this year. Going to have 34 of them. But we've had 12 different winners. They are being shared around. It's only Gavin Price who's
43.
picked up 3 of these. Of the players we've got standing, anyone that wins, it'll be a 13th different winner unless it's Jan van Veen.
46. 97. 96. 97.
Just about stolen the darts here, Ross. Coming down for the 19s.
99.
You'd rather leave the 120 than the 119.
97.
Very good little side-eye glance that Krzysztof Ratajski does. It's like Action Man. It's like moving his eyes with a stick at the back of his head. Back to the right-hand side of the oche, looking at double top.
Game shot.
That's very nicely done. 3 legs in, all breaks of throw. A brilliant 11 darter from Ross Smith. An excellent 120 finish from him there. He's averaging 109, and yet Krzysztof, by virtue of that 13 darter, still only trails by a leg, despite being 25 points behind in the averages. And he has his first max as well.
$59. 57. 44. 95.
Well, it doesn't really matter there for Ross. With Ratajski back on nearly 400, he cannot leave a finish. We probably thought, I've got one in the treble 20, I can just stay there and try and
97.
stick one in next to it. And he has left a bogey number. What's his setup going to be like?
99.
I thought with his penchant for double 18, he might have looked at the 19s to start with, 133 to leave double 18, but he's in a very good position.
100.
And he
Game
makes
shot.
the most of it. Excellent stuff from Ross Smith. Fully deserves this 3-1 lead.
100. 100.
Won his first PDC title 4 years ago, Ross Smith. The following year, he won the European Championship. Year after that, picked up a couple of these titles
180.
as Krzysztof hits his second 180 of the match. And then last year, just the one of these. Could have been more.
180.
But he's winning a title of some sort every year. And if he won the title this year, it'd be 5 years running.
60.
Firmly established member at the top end of world darts. Nothing to do but hit a treble here to get to a finish.
45.
Leaves him just short.
And 37. 60. Game shot.
It's another 13 darter, just like the other leg he won. And he's hanging on in there, Christoph. But he's had 2 good legs, which he's won, and he's been obliterated in all the others.
140.
That's why there's such a chasm between him in the averages.
97.
There's only 1 leg in it in all the quarterfinals, apart from the Dave Chisnall Mike Dedeker one, because
100.
Chizzy, who's probably playing better darts than anybody else left standing in the tournament, he's averaging close to 108. He's 4-1 up on the Belgian number 1.
100.
Oh, Danny Noppert, tell a lie, he's 5-1 up himself, and he's averaging 108 against Jan van Veen.
60.
Danny Noppert, who's endured a torrid time on the European Tour until the last few weeks. He went 6 months pretty much without winning a game. All of a sudden,
60.
things are starting to turn for him.
$100.
That's a great first start for Ratajski. And he makes use of it.
180.
180, number 3 for Christoph Ratajski. And Ross Smith. This doesn't go. He's got a problem. 45. For 36.
83.
Oh, that's
Game shot.
skidded in somehow. Now, has that caught the flight and gone in at a weird angle, or is that just hit the board and dropped? Whatever it did, it found double 16, and Christoph Ratajski has not only levelled this game up, he's throwing for the lead. Despite averaging 13
87.
points less than Ross Smith.
$100.
Well, we have our first semi-finalist, and it is Danny Noppert, who has played brilliantly to see off Jan van Veen. So we are guaranteed a new winner this year in the Players' Championship Series.
46.
Noppert, of course, a multiple title winner. Dave Chisnall's won millions. Dedeker has won one of these, but is the reigning Grand Prix champion. These two, as I've already detailed, have won plenty.
75.
The first title of 2025 beckons for someone. Could be a first title full stop for Dom Taylor, or first title as a tour card holder for Scott Williams.
140. $42.
Well, Christoph
180.
Ratajski here, he's out 180ing one of the biggest 180 hitters around. Because that's a third for Ross
180.
Smith, but it's still 1 fewer than the Polish Eagle. And
Game
his
shot.
finishing is on point here. He looked in real trouble at 3-1 down. But it is 3 legs on the spin for the Polish Eagle.
100. 100.
Here we go.
140.
Doesn't level up the max count, but Ross Smith, he's got this heavy artillery, this scoring power that can turn games around.
100. $60. 137.
Can't afford to go troubleless here.
100.
That last dart could prove to be very valuable.
$58.
18.
Game shot.
This time he takes out the 101 on 18. A couple of legs ago he missed it on the double and Ratajski stepped in.
$137.
I'm not sure he's missed that treble 15 in this game, Ross Smith. Took it out for the 81 in the first leg. He's hit it twice in the 101 shots, but only hit the double in one of those two.
140.
It is very much his route with 81 left.
$121. $93.
Can tell you one semi-final has been set up. Dave
134.
Chisnell has beaten Mike De Decker. It's 104 average from Chiz. That'll probably take his average for the day to 3 figures. If not, it's very, very close. Means he will face Danny
58.
Noppert. Scott Williams is 5-3 up against Dom Taylor. Ratajski has a chance to go 5-4.
77.
It's a rare miss at the double from Ratajski, but it's one that you can afford in this situation.
$60.
No real pressure applied. And
Game
Ratajski
shot.
takes care of business. It's another excellent leg, a 5-visit one. Dragged his average up, Krzysztof Ratajski, from the
100.
mid-80s to around about 96 now. And that's where he's been for the day. He wasn't amazing in his opening game against Dylan Slevin, finished with a 91 average, but since then, 97,
134.
96, 102, 96 again. And it is now confirmed the winner of this one will face Scott Williams. Dom Taylor beaten. Ross Smith
180.
digging in, trying to turn this around. Smith has beaten Ratajski every single
134.
time he's played him on the floor. It's 4 wins out of 4. Just the one defeat on the Euro Tour back in 2019. But he has left 81
140.
again. You can take the treble 15 as a gimme, because he's hit it every time he's gone for it in this game. Oh, that's curious.
59.
He could have stayed on the 19s, another single, then he can go 25 a ball to leave a finish. But Ross Smith can do what he wants here, and I think it'll be treble 15. Oh, he's missed it for a change.
$49. 34.
Well, this had better go. And
Good
it
shot.
does. Excellent leg of darts, 13 darter, and it'll be a one-leg shootout for the last remaining spot in the semis. The unseeded Scott Williams awaits. Can Krzysztof Ratajski do enough?
97.
He has not won a quarter-final, Krzysztof Ratajski,
60.
for just over a year. He has lost his last 5 in a row. But this is his 4th quarter-final this year. He's putting himself in these positions. And today might be the day that he takes the next step and maybe a couple more. He'd only hit 3 180s in 4 games coming into this. He's hit 5 in this match.
$100. $140.
It's enough to leave a finish, but Ratajski's already on a better one. It's the Polish Eagles' game to lose from here.
$56.
That's not great.
$95.
68 plays 66. How many match starts is he going to get? Maximum 1. It's a double top. He didn't want this. He wanted double 16. He's hit the single 8 rather than the single 16. Ross Smith should get a match start. Double 18. And Ross Smith has missed one as well. We might be looking at the eventual champion here today, but we don't know who it is yet. It could be Krzysztof Ratajski. He survives a match start. He was 3-1 down to a sensational Ross Smith, who still ends the game with an average of more than 102.5. But it's the Polish Eagle who brings a losing record in quarterfinals that stretches back for just over a year to an end. Excellent finishing, brilliant comeback, and Krzysztof Ratajski will face Scott Williams for a spot in the final of Players' Championship 15. Right, we are down to the final 4. We have proven winners in action. Dave Chisnall, a man who's won 26 PDC titles. Danny Noppert, a former UK Open champion, who's won 5 of these Players' Championship events. Krzysztof Ratajski, the greatest player ever to come from Poland. A man who's won countless PDC titles. And Scott Williams, who is kind of the joker in the pack. He has won one of these, but that was before he was a tour card holder. One of them takes the title here today. It will be a new winner for 2025 on the PDC circuit. And Matt Edgar's alongside me. It was only a few hours ago, Matt, when we were commentating on Dave Chisnall in the early stages against Darius Labanauskas, where he said Chizzy hasn't clicked into gear this year. Within a few moments, he'd hit his 15th career 9 data. He averaged 108, and he's been averaging 100 all the way through the day. He has clicked into gear, has he not?
100.79 is average in regards to the daily average, and 4 times out of his 5 matches over 100. Very, very impressive. And when you look at what he's been doing this year, he was only relaying the numbers. It was facts, wasn't it? It wasn't an opinion that Dave Chisnall's not been playing certainly up to the levels. 28 matches have been since Dave Chisnall last averaged over 100. In fact, he has only averaged over 100 twice all year.
And now he's done it 4 times in a row. Labanauskas, Borland, Cullen and Mike De Decker.
Maybe he just really likes Hildesheim.
84.
How could you not?
Certainly would enjoy being one of the big guns in the field.
100.
But looking at what he's produced this year, we say about the lack of the Tumblers averages, which we noted earlier on in the scoring power, the front 9,
140.
having him ranked 49th on that particular ranking system. 12 times this year, he's averaged in the 80s and twice in the 70s. That is not the sort of darts that you would
100.
normally associate with Dave Chisnall. It's normally what we get today.
Well, he had a bit of a dodgy start to last year. Perhaps didn't last as long as it has this year, where we saw some puzzlingly low averages as Danny Noppert produces the first 180 of this game. Leaves himself on double 18 for a 13 data. But once he got going, you saw Dave Chisnall winning things. Because that's what Chizzy does.
Game shot.
Well, Danny Noppert carrying on where he left off against Gian van Veen. It was a very, very impressive performance. Averaging around about the 107, 108 mark for the majority of the game. A couple of mismatched darts at the end, but
58.
a clinical performance and looking very, very deadly today.
Well, he's not had a bad game today, has he? His lowest individual average has
100.
been, what, a 95? It has been consistent and very, very good. Yeah, just over 95 against Mike Kyvenhoven in the second round. Everything else has been better than that. The big performance against Van Veen. He started the day with 107 average against Kevin Burness, and he's not a player you usually see posting those really big numbers, Danny. He's the least likely player to average less than 90, but he is also not particularly
100.
likely to go big over a ton. He just lives in that sort of mid-90 to high 90 zone, which is good enough to win things.
Certainly today.
58.
And he's nearly there, just a couple of games away from another PDC title.
60. $140. 57.
First to 7, remember, in the semi-finals. Slightly extended format. First to 8 in the final.
105.
Chisnall leaves himself on top. It's his double of choice nowadays.
94.
Nice pick up with the last start there for Danny Noppert. Puts himself in striking range should Dave Chisnall make any errors.
Game shot.
Of which he makes none. 2 comfortable holds a throw to kickstart this semi-final.
$125.
Noppert, a former UK Open champion, he's got that PDC major title under his belt, something Chizzy has not been able to do, and yet 8 times a Euro Tour
93.
title winner, another 18 ranking titles for Dave Chisnall. How many of those would he sacrifice to just have a major, having made the final of so many of them?
140.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, what Dave Chisnall would like to be known as? When you think about a name strap that comes up on the screen, it normally has like your title or your career best
140.
achievement. It'd be interesting to know what that would be for Dave Chisnall if he was to write it.
Big yellow legend.
100.
But one of the biggest scorers this sport has ever seen. You talked about it earlier. The front 9 average has not been great from Dave Chisnall this year. Today, 110.
That's been the difference.
128.
That is the key attribute. That is what makes Dave Chisnall the force he is, and picking up all those titles over the years. That and his big maximum hitting, but this could be a big finish here from Danny Noppert. A big finish, a big find. 136 from Danny Noppert. Keep the holds a throw going.
Well, 13 data and a 12 data from Danny Noppert to hold his throw.
78.
So just the 106 average here from Noppy. Steady stuff. From the Dutch number 2, who will be the Dutch captain at the World Cup of Darts this year, with Michael van Gerwen electing not to play. And with Noppy coming into some form now, and Jan van Veen playing brilliantly, that Dutch
93.
team, they might be overlooked because obviously everybody's talking about the 2 Lukes pairing up for England, but that looks a dangerous team.
Absolutely. Dangerous, the word, and we've seen many upsets in pairs
180.
over the years. In times very similar to the story when Phil Taylor, Adrian Lewis was playing for England, and they was meant to go on and win it, and actually went out very early to the Spanish pair.
True, but they did then win it 4 times, didn't they?
They did, but it wasn't 100%, which
Yes,
is where
true.
a lot of people believe
180.
the chances are right now of the 2 Lukes picking up the World Cup of Darts title.
Oh, excellent leg this from Danny Noppert. He's going to get darts to break Dave Chisnall and take a
140.
3-1 lead. That looks pretty good. Well, he didn't move back to the centre of the oche, did he? Throwing from a different place you normally throw at.
Over to Dave Chisnall for, well, it would have been a similar sort in terms of numbers to the finish of which Danny Noppert just taken out, but it's not even going to get a shot. I say it all the time, it's where you miss that makes the difference, and Danny Noppert from the first start of Dave Chisnall knows that this opportunity was coming.
Game shot.
Opportunity taken. It's another 5-visit leg. And it's the first breaker throw in this one. Advantage Danny Noppert. Maintaining that 106 average.
140.
And he really wanted to get rid of that last dart, didn't he? Must be feeling good, Danny Noppert. He's not slow, but he is methodical. But the way he's playing today, averaging pretty much a ton
60.
for the day right now, he must just feel this is as good as I've been in some time.
You say you wanted to get rid of that last dart. Sometimes when you've thrown a few darts and you're in that rhythm and the darts are sat nice in the board, you just sort of expect. And we've seen cases of it over the years, haven't we, where people don't even go through their full routine. The likes of Andy Hamilton, who used to have sort of a forwards and back motion when the first 2 was in, sometimes just throw it. You wouldn't even get half the routine.
Yeah, Gary Anderson used to do that quite a lot, didn't he? If the first 2 were in, the last dart was just... I cannot miss treble 20.
95.
Danny Noppert is kind of dominating this game now.
Same story as well in the other semi-final. Domination from Krzysztof Ratajski, who was on a bit of a losing run. 7 first-round defeats in a row. He's on course for the final, 4-1 up on Scott Williams.
Is he going for it? Well, there's another example of how good Danny Noppert is feeling, I think. That is probably, in this position, probably not that advisable. Because Dave Chisnall could have left himself on a double after this visit. Now he's scrambling around trying to leave a finish.
78.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's not great.
$24.
Well, a very famous finish here for Dave Chisnall, but sort of feels these are the opportunities that Dave Chisnall's getting in the meat of this match.
Yeah, very famous. Luke Humphries hit one at the Grand Prix. For 4-1. That double 5 again. Ooh, Boss's score. That's probably the worst dart he's thrown. And you could take this all the way back to that fanciful attempt at the bullseye for the 170.
Game shot.
Well, I think there's a breaker throw no one really expected, including Dave Chisnall. You saw the reaction, the sort of surprised look, the raise of the eyebrows. I think we all had that face on us, to be fair.
Well, ultimately, Danny Noppert has missed 5 darts for a 4-1 lead. And if he loses this game, that might be the bit he comes back to.
140.
And his attempt at the bullseye for the 170 meant that rather than setting up and getting 3 darts from his favourite double top,
91.
He's ended up getting 1 at the bullseye and 1 fewer at either tops or 10s or 5s. Now, it's a tiny, tiny little difference, but he's got a better chance of winning the leg if he lays up there.
It's also just those adjustments around the board as well. You're not coming to play into one concentrated area. You've got to hit the single number to get you there in the first place.
140.
Well, let's see how important that leg turns out to be.
60 scored, yeah.
$140.
Desperate to stay on the 20s because a ton leaves him a finish.
100.
And there'll be no laying up from this 170 if he's allowed to go at it.
Game shot.
Well, no opportunity there. Dave Chisnall, 11 dart leg. You offer him a bit of encouragement. Stepping it up, he's stepping in.
58.
Well, not much between him and the averages now. Don't think this will help Chizzy.
26.
They are moments, though, that you
56.
sort of stand and talk about when you're debriefing the game at the end, and you go, oh, when I go back to 3-all, and you had those couple of visits where you didn't get a treble.
59.
There's the frustration for Dave Chisnall. He knows this was a chance, an opportunity.
Yeah, Danny Noppert back at it. That's 180 number 4 for Danny Noppert. 19 for the day. Actually draws him level with Dave Chisnall for a few seconds. Because that's his 20th.
$135. $140.
much to separate the two. Start at top for Danny Noppert to regain the lead.
32.
Just starting to miss a couple of opportunities now, Danny Noppert. Dave Chisnall get a couple of darts here to try and get himself on the outer ring for a breaker throw and to take the lead.
2 doubles. You can't get the first one.
56.
One of those awkward finishes, 96. You could get 2 darts for the leg. You might get none at all. Unfortunately for Chiz, it was the latter. And that keeps Chizzy at arm's length. Still yet to get his nose in front in this game, Dave Chisnall.
But now time's starting to run out as we get into the business end of the game. Race to 7.
180.
Danny Noppert just 3 legs away from a final where it looks like it would be against Christoph Ratajski unless Scott Williams can
140.
pull off an ultimate turnaround over on board number 2.
Yeah, 6-2 Ratajski in the other semi-final.
58.
It doesn't feel like there's much between these two right now. The averages and the scoreline, anything. But there was
42.
a few minutes ago. And Danny Noppert not perhaps taking full advantage of that could end up being his undoing. He should have gone 4-1 up in this game, and then you never know, do you? You can
65.
pile so much pressure on your opponent that their head starts to drop. Things get a little bit more difficult for them.
Especially the way Danny Noppert was playing at that point as well, because it's not just about the scoreline, it's how you get
96.
there. If you're playing someone who's giving you opportunities, you're just not taking them, you always feel you've got a chance. But at that point in the game, Danny Noppert was dominating. Danny Noppert was in full control, and we saw the reaction from Dave
84.
Chisnall when Danny Noppert missed. It was that of surprise. I'm just expecting this guy to hit everything.
Yeah, he could have been 4-1 down, Chisnall, and only had darts to win 1 of those 5 legs. That is a proper... Oh!
80.
Well, maybe a little bit of luck going Dave Chisnall's way could help him out, because there's a big difference between 143 and 83, which Danny Noppert would have been on.
.38 score. 58. 57. 36.
Needs to reassert himself. Great dart. And he can't
54.
slide in alongside that one. If anything, it perhaps a bit too close. He didn't move.
I always like to watch the player in the background as well, and you could see Dave Chisnall just living and breathing every moment. The second the treble went in for Danny Noppert, he was expecting. He was going on a bit of a walk. He didn't want to know. Instead, he's got the opportunity. It's a level game once again. This race to 7.
$60.
Once again, Danny Noppert with the throw. Opens up without a treble. Do you feel that Dave Chisnall isn't going to let those opportunities pass him by too many times?
100.
You know, 8 legs played. Dave Chisnall has had darts to win 4 of them. He has won all 4. Danny Noppert has had darts to win 6 of the legs played.
60.
The chances have been there for Noppert. He's taken some, but not all of them, and some of them in golden opportunities. Obviously, the 5th leg where he missed dart after dart after dart.
100.
It could prove to be pivotal.
Well, you know, dart player mentality. If he's had 6 chances to win legs, he'll believe he should have won 6 legs.
Yeah, you're never going to be perfect, but
100.
darts players often think that they should be.
Advantage Chizzy here. Certainly if you can find another one of those.
100.
It's coming down in hundreds, which at the minute is enough to give him the lead.
91.
Dave Chisnall, real chance to lead this match for the first time.
$97.
Continues one treble a throw, Dave Chisnall. If you can get that treble in the opening 2 darts, he's going to get a dart here to break the throw of Danny Noppert.
98.
That's the key, isn't it? He's got to get it in the first 2 darts. He's got it. That's okay, double 10. He wanted the single, but it's no problem.
Yes.
Always worth checking. Noppert refuses to even turn around and look.
84.
He'll like what he hears, though. An opportunity to keep his nose in front. Needs to be perfect from here. Another one of those.
74.
Can't produce the double-double finish. Dave Chisnall to lead this game for the first time. He does lead this game. And Danny Noppert has now got to turn this around. He has had so many chances. 7 legs in this match. He has had darts at double. He's only managed to convert 4 times.
$125.
There's always that feeling amongst players that once Dave Chisnall gets in front, he drives it home.
100.
Well, we're talking about a man who demolished MVG 5-0 at Ali Pali in the quarterfinals. There was no stopping it. And sometimes there is no stopping it.
180.
Euro Tour record average holder. 26-time PDC title winner. And now he's got his tail up. And Danny Noppert might feel that his opportunity
60.
has slipped by.
Well, there was that sort of look of resignation, wasn't there, as Dave Chisnall fired in that maximum from Danny Noppert, just sort of nodding along in the background as if to say, maybe my opportunity has been and gone. I didn't take it. And Dave Chisnall, 9 darts thrown down to double 8, a potential 10-darter to put himself a leg away from the final against
86.
Christopher Tysky.
Already hit a 9-darter today. Why not a 10-darter? 11 or 12 will do. In fact, he can go into another visit if he needs to.
Game shot.
Doesn't need to. 12-darter, 4-visit leg. Dave Chisnall leads this 6-4. Now, Danny Noppert's not going to give up. He is a grafter. He is a battler.
100.
But he must be thinking about the opportunities that he's missed. Multiple darts for 4-1.
100.
You'll be thinking of that, and quite possibly as well the dart that fell out of the treble 20.
180.
He did have 2 visits after that. Wasn't able to convert from the 143.
Yeah, ended up getting a couple at double 16. Couldn't take his chance there. Couldn't get the second double. The double-double 92
100.
finish. There have been openings for Danny Noppert. And he's forcing one here in this leg.
125.
I mean, they all count for Danny Noppert. He's got to win all of them.
I suppose the saving point for Danny Noppert is he's only going to be against the darts in 1 of the 3 remaining legs.
180.
Problem is, Dave Chisnall's hit 5 180s in the last 5 legs. And once he starts hitting them, he tends not to stop. Double 18. That's a 4-visit leg of his own, Danny Noppert. He is not going away in this game. Dave Chisnall is going to have to make him go away in this leg.
57. $70. $121. $180.
Top class stuff from Danny Noppert.
$57.
Certainly now. Second trebleless visit there for Dave Chisnall. Opens the door for Danny Noppert. Said he just needed the one breaker throw. It could be coming here. Down to a finish after 9.
Now for the 19s.
99.
Didn't want to leave himself 166. Danny Noppert. Real chance to break. He'd have the darts and a last leg decider. Treble 17 is found. Double top.
91.
Another leg where he gets a dart at double. He probably gets more.
$57.
For 6 all. Very nicely done. Danny Noppert. The advantage is with him once again. He has had enough chances in enough legs to have won this already. He needs to create one more.
$60.
But once again in that position where he's got the darts, needs to open up big. And for the 4th time now, unable to find a treble. Chizzy finding plenty.
177.
That advantage just soon evaporated for Danny Noppert.
Oh, proper game of darts.
140.
It's not enough to wrestle the advantage back, but he is right in this leg.
$137.
5 trebles in the first 6 darts. Superb from Dave Chisnall.
$96.
Who's got the better setup shot?
Not the time to not find a treble.
60.
You could see him looking at the 19s and think, I don't want to hit a single and leave 128. I'd much rather be on 127. Danny Noppert, what are you going to leave? There's an argument for staying there. You got the markers, leave 25.
135.
Well, a chance for Dave Chisnall to get the job done here and book himself a place in the final. Treble 19 will give him a dart at the bullseye. Not going to go. Danny Noppert could survive an almighty scare here. Book a place against Christoph Ratajski.
Double 8 for Danny Noppert. A genuine gasp from Noppy as he misses 2 match darts. Now, Dave Chisnall only hit 46 in his previous visit. He might only get 1 at the bull. Double 12 to win a thriller. What a contest. What a matchup. Dave Chisnall survives 2 match darts from Danny Noppert and books his place in the final. it is going to be Chizzy versus Krzysztof Ratajski. As you can see, Noppy 16 darts missed at double in that game over a whole load of legs. Still average pretty much the same as Chisnall in 97.5 and 11 180s between them. But Chizzy prevails, surviving match darts. Can he make it count and beat Ratajski in the final?
Time for the final of Players' Championship 15 here in Hildesheim. Both finalists looking to record their first floor victory of the year and become the 13th different winner of one of these events in 2025. Dave Chisnall looking for Players' Championship triumph number 19 of his career and 25. A 27th PDC title overall. And for the Polish Eagle, who was superb against Scott Williams in the last round, in a final 25. Of one of these events for the first time in over 2 years, where he went all the way and claimed his 7th Players' Championship title. But it's this man, Chizzy, who has a running average of a 25. Ton for the day, been so mightily impressive. It all started for him with a win over Berry Van Peer before a delightful display against Darius Labanauskas, where he hit the 9-darter and recorded a 108 average in a scintillating display. But what do these two players have left in the tank at this stage of the day, Matt Edgar?
Well, they're two players that have done this before, haven't they? They've gone through the system. They've got many titles. Someone's going to add to their CV. Dave Chisnall picking up 2 titles last year. Looking to get his first one of 2025.
96.
Christopher Ratajski. People may be surprised to see him at this stage because the form coming into this wasn't good, was it? He lost his last 8 matches in a row in regards to Players' Championship action. And 7 first-round defeats. He was building up a bit of a chain, and it was quite surprising because at the start of the year, he started off very strong, didn't he? Semi-final. Remember that game actually here in Hildesheim when he taken on Stephen Bunting, and they were both sort of around about the 105 average for the majority of the game. It looked like Ratajski was going to climb the ranks again in 2025, but maybe it was just delayed rather than stopped in regards to his progress.
Yes, Chizzy, who's first down to a finish in this one, but he'll have some pretty horrendous memories of 60. Recent meetings with Christoph Ratajski. So he looks for this 136.
Yes.
Just asking a question, but yeah. 12 meetings overall, and
58.
Christoph Ratajski has won 9 of them. Only 3 times has Dave Chisnall managed to get the better of the Polish Eagle, and that includes, of course, the UK Open, their 1 meeting this year, and who
100.
could forget their contest at the match play last year. Ratajski, the 10-2 winner on that occasion. Chizzy
38.
missing the big number. It was difficult there, wasn't it, for him to
80.
force his way in, given where that first dart landed, the way his darts lie, for him to find a way through to that treble bed.
Yeah, my eyes were on the bullseye. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Ratajski look for the double ball. It's double 10 for Dave Chisnall. Yeah, double 5, chasing it round.
Game shot.
Wings it with the last dart in hand. Both players have had success in this building as well, haven't they, in regards to Pro Tour action. Dave Chisnall picking up a Pro Tour title here last year, 2024 in Hildesheim. Christoph Ratajski
100.
picking up a Hildesheim title back in 2019. It's one of those sort of games where when you look at these numbers and you look at the digits and the titles, and you'd say it's a very sort of 50-50 even split, but when you bring that head-to-head stat into play, it's quite surprising.
140.
Yeah, I was quite surprised when I reminded myself of that particular head-to-head record that they've got, but yeah, Chizzy really has been on it, hasn't he, today, over the course of the day's action here in Hildesheim. Of course, we know he's an absolute monster on the Euro Tour, but record 100. On the floor can't be overlooked either.
$95.
Now that a much more inviting dart there for Krzysztof Ratajski. No surprise to see the treble 20. Dave Chisnall will be hoping to put a couple there himself. But he had a 9-darter today, and he had the 170 finish.
145.
Not a bad attempt. Would have been for a break of throw as well.
Game shot.
But it's a hold for Krzysztof Ratajski, and it's actually he who needs a break, of course, in this match. But we've mentioned, Matt, Dave Chisnall's record in place championship events, Euro Tour events. I think you can probably see where my line of questioning is going. Do you think he is going to get an elusive major title in his career? I've always believed that he will, and I still believe that he will.
Yeah, he's come close, hasn't he? Players' Championship finals in 2016, Grand Slam final 2014, World Grand Prix twice, 2019
79.
and 2013, World Masters 2016 and 2022. He's had plenty of opportunities. That doesn't include how close he's come in semi-finals as well.
100.
You've got to be brave, haven't you, to suggest that Dave Chisnall isn't going to pick one up, especially with the amount of sort of major broadcasted events we have now in a year, and the talent that Dave Chisnall clearly has, which has been fully on demonstration today. A daily average of over 100, a 9-darter. He can certainly mix it up. I would say
137.
I agree. You've got to be brave to say you won't.
Yeah, I think the majority of us as darts fans are astonished that it hasn't happened yet. Staying straight with the first dart, the priority gets even better than that. It is the bull for Krzysztof Ratajski.
105.
Well, Dave had a dart at the bull to break in the last leg. Krzysztof's had one there.
$62.
But Ratajski gets another look. And it's going to be at 8-8.
Game shot.
And he pins it. We said he needed a break, and he's got it.
Ironic, that had the vibe of the semi-final. Dave Chisnall just played against Danny Noppert, where Danny Noppert just missing a couple of those opportunities at the back end of legs, and Dave Chisnall stepping in and taking every chance that was presented. Kind of the opposite of what just happened there. Every time Dave Chisnall went behind in that semi-final, he kicked off with something big.
Well, the added motivation, of course, for Krzysztof Ratajski in this one, if he wins and he picks up the title,
60.
his first since 2023 on the floor, he will be inside the provisional spots for the match play. He'll knock Ricardo Pietreczko out, and he'll be the one who moves up to 16th. So a huge added bonus for him.
Probably would have started to write off his chances.
140.
Time was running out for Krzysztof Ratajski. One thing he's certainly done is put himself into the conversation now, regardless of the outcome of this match, where he started the day. If he didn't get a run going, if he did go out in the opening round like he has done 7 times in a row, it would have been £13,000 away from a place in the World Match Play. And it just tighten the screw and make some interesting decisions for the likes of Daryl Gurney, who opted to not attend here in Hildesheim.
And it is one dart at the ball for Dave Chisnall again. Agonisingly close.
Game shot.
And he is punished. The Polish Eagle, who moves into a 3-1 lead. Well, he thought it was even better, didn't he? He thought it was a breaker throw, Krzysztof Ratajski.
Sign is just completely in the zone
60.
because when you're in that place and you're just in that flow, you sort of lose track of who throws first. It almost feels like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that sort of thing.
58.
It does send out a message to your opponent as well, doesn't it? Even though it's completely unintentional, your opponent's going to start thinking, right, he is there. He is completely on it.
135.
He's playing at such a high level today, Krzysztof Ratajski.
180.
And well into double figures for maximums over the course of event 15.
$42.
A good time of year to start finding some form as well. Not only the World Match Play on the horizon, but also the World Cup, for which Krzysztof Ratajski will be representing Poland once again.
140.
Well, he thought he broke the throw of Dave Chisnall not long ago. He may be about to do so here.
$118.
Great recovery there for Dave Chisnall. Needed to find a couple of trebles to get down to a finish. And there's a lot of work to do here to hold on his throw, and that's provided Krzysztof Ratajski gives him the chance. Treble 18 for a dart at the bullseye.
And it is another dart at the bull at the end of a combination.
Game
This
shot.
time, Krzysztof Ratajski pins it. As easy as 1, 2, 3. And that one's going to hurt. You can see on Dave Chisnall's face there. He knows. He is more than in a spot of bother in this one. He's playing well himself, Dave, in this contest.
97.
Almost looked like Ratajski was trying to fight back a smile there, didn't it?
He'll never allow it.
180.
Dave Chisnall won't allow himself just to get rolled over here in this final.
58.
But it is good to see, isn't it, the back injuries that Dave Chisnall had at the back end of last year, where he was really struggling to compete, and
180.
the way he towed the oki had to change. His stance was completely different. His throw was changing because even when he wasn't in pain, he said that
140.
he was really struggling in anticipation. Now, we've seen him hit 1-9 darter today.
Yes.
He's not going to add another one. Now, I'm not really sure why he had to stop and check that that dart was in the treble 20. It's not as if it was right in the
109.
corner. Just put him off slightly. He did actually do an exhibition on Friday night as well, where he had 8 perfect darts. And before throwing at double 12, he took about 12 minutes in between throwing it and then missed the double 12 for a 9.
Could be a 10 though here for Dave Chisnall. A great response to losing his throw. It is a 10 dart leg for Dave Chisnall. He's stepping it up. Gets his throw back here against Krzysztof Ratajski. Ratajski not going to have everything his own way here. It's that power scoring, the key attribute of Dave Chisnall today. I think that's kind of been missing within his game
96.
in 2025.
Yeah, do you see any changes since, the back end of last year where he really struggled? The Grand Slam really stands out
93.
with the way he was throwing. And as I said, even when he wasn't in pain, he said he was just throwing in anticipation, almost, preparing for that pain to kick in. So it was changing everything.
It's exactly that point.
Yeah.
Exactly that point. Sometimes the
125.
injury isn't what it does to you physically, it's what it does to you mentally. It changes. You don't have the belief in yourself. You don't have that confidence in yourself. You feel that you could be let down at any moment.
100.
don't feel like you sort of really commit. And yeah, certainly that anticipation. That is the worst thing to have when you throw in and you're just expecting to feel that pinch or... And that's what it tends to be. It's like a pinch or a burning sensation.
60.
The only thing he's burning up here, though, is that lead which Krzysztof Ratajski had. Just minutes ago, Ratajski 4-1 up, halfway to the title. All of a sudden, he's going to be back within one. If he can convert these 50 points.
100.
Yeah, and Krzysztof Ratajski hasn't really deviated from the level that he was showing. It's just that a ton wasn't enough for Dave Chisnall as he looks at tops.
Game shot.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Chizzy. Yeah, he was averaging a ton, Dave Chisnall. Found himself 4-1 down, so he thought, right, I better put 5-6 points on my average then. Simple as that, really, isn't it?
Yeah, just hit more trebles and more doubles. Job done.
$97. $99. $96.
Interesting. Majority of players there would have been over on the 18s in that section there for Krzysztof Ratajski.
Well,
ends up getting himself out of that little bit of a mess that he caused.
Yeah, he confused himself slightly there, didn't he, Krzysztof Ratajski? But just about makes amends with his last dart.
98.
He's fortunate he found a treble with the second dart going down to the 19s. The 18s was the switch.
Do you know what? Normally players have to ask what they've got left, but such is the stare, the glare of Ratajski.
105.
You just look at him and people will give you the answer. I mean, this has to be one of the most unorthodox legs of darts we have ever witnessed. But he somehow got himself down to a double.
I think this is the most fitting shot here to end this leg, double 13.
Yeah.
Game shot.
That just somehow made that it was won on double 13.
Yeah, for a 13 dart leg as well.
The most important thing now, another leg on the board. 3 away from another title here 96. On the Pro Tour.
$58.
7 Players Championship events, but also won a UK Open qualifier, which I would argue at times, certainly how it was played back in 2018 when Ratajski won it.
32.
Arguably harder than the system we have now with the 128, because it was an extended field and it was a seeded field as well, which meant
100.
You'd have to win on sometimes 3 matches just to get to the ranking money. Ratajski would not have been a seed 90. In 2018. He was actually a Challenge Tour player in 2018. A title on the Challenge Tour that year.
96. 140. 140.
But full credit to Dave Chisnall because he's not allowing Ratajski to feel comfortable in this situation, is he?
Game shot.
14 dart response gets him back to within 1.
Sticking with him, but needs to find a breaker throw. And
180.
Krzysztof Ratajski not willing to offer any opportunities or inroads onto his throw. What a time to get your second maximum of the game.
59. 83. 60. 134.
Beautiful leg. Power scoring from Krzysztof Ratajski. Dave Chisnall way back here. Ratajski time on his side.
140.
To open that gap back up again. Loves the double 16.
72.
Can't pin it there, but as you said, he loves that segment of the board, so missing outside, perfect for him. Will return with 3 in hand.
119. Game
And only
shot.
needs the 1 this time, a 13 darter. This is such an excellent display from Krzysztof Ratajski. As you can see there, not a great deal between them in the averages.
Yeah, real quality final here from
59.
2 multiple time winners on the Pro Tour. But as we get into the business end of this game, all those little slips, the 59 there from Dave Chisnall, they're
81.
amplified. You make the mistakes early on, you may have time to recover. However, that time is now starting to slip away.
96. 97. 85.
'Nice marker. That's where Ratajski wants it. Bottom wire of the treble.
100.
That's why I'll be disappointed with that last dart. Would have expected to have come away with the 140. That would have been from the very first throw. Needs to move away here.
100.
He does, but is Krzysztof Ratajski going to be on something more makeable?
96. 57.
Already taken out a finish in this game of similar range, Krzysztof Ratajski. Needs the 1 treble. For a dart at the ball.
82.
Yeah, and that was quite some way off, wasn't it, from Krzysztof Ratajski? That was to move within 1 of the match.
An excited dart,
Yeah.
we'll call that one.
A bit of adrenaline.
We'll be back.
32.
Dizzy makes a bit of a mess of that one. Ratajski to put himself a leg away from the title.
Game shot.
And he does exactly that. In fairness to Dave Chisnell, he's not made too many errors like that, has he, in this match? It's been a really high-quality affair. But Ratajski has just been that little bit more consistent.
This is where that head-to-head record could come into play, because Izzy may be feeling that Ratajski just finds that bit extra in these head-to-head clashes. And what a performance it has been from Ratajski today, to be a leg away from the title after 8 defeats 59 in a row on the Pro Tour. That shows some real mental quality.
Yeah, 8 defeats on the trot, and then he gets to the quarterfinals against Ross Smith, and you're looking at his recent 81 record in quarterfinals, had lost his previous 5. So put an end to that particular bad run as well. And now looking to make the first Players' Championship final in over 2 years.
What timing this would be for a title. As we mentioned, that World Match Play race, he was well outside. And all of a sudden could put himself in that 32nd position. It's all about Krzysztof Ratajski. He's down to a finish, a gettable finish, a potential 2-darter to pick up Players' Championship Event 15. Chizzy's doing his part. He's leaving it handy. He's leaving himself in range. Over to you, Krzysztof Ratajski.
And it is a match start for Krzysztof Ratajski. He manages to pin it, and look at that reaction. Elation for the Polish Eagle, who surges to an 8th Players' Championship title. He extends his tremendous record against Dave Chisnell with a superb performance and an even better reaction. A high-quality final from both players, but for the first time since April 2023, Krzysztof Ratajski puts himself in the provisional spots for the match play with a first win, as I mentioned, since 2023. Over 2 years it has been, and let's hear from him now if he's managed to calm himself down.
Krzysztof Ratajski, congratulations. It looks and sounds as if you enjoyed winning that.
Yeah.
Talking to that.
Yeah, I was really enjoyed. I just see my average. It was in the final, 101? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very good game. So I'm so happy. I can't imagine how I'm happy now.
This is your first title for nearly 2 years.
Yeah.
That's a long wait, especially for a guy who you were very used to winning and winning and winning. What's this last 2 years been like for you?
Yeah, it was a difficult time for me. I have a health problem, around problems, but and my dad wasn't good in this time. Sometimes was good, but very times I don't have lucky, and I play good and I lose matches. Today I play not very special. Sometimes it was enough it was. I must play very good to win. It was very close. Many matches was closed, but I played and I won. So it is very valuable for me.
You played brilliantly in the final and needed to against Ross Smith.
And
Jemai Vender Herrick. I think you were 4-1 down and came back to win.
Yeah, I was 4-1 down in the one match. I was 3-0 in first one. So it was difficult tournament for me, and I'm very happy I did it.
You've just won all your games today. The previous 7 Players' Championship finals.
Yeah,
you'd gone out in round 1. Now you'd played some good stuff. You didn't have some luck. But
many times I played very good. Yeah, and 7 in a row I lost. So it was very hard for me, but it is a dart. Every time, even if you play very good over 100, even you can lose. So it is that.
Well, today's win puts you into the spots for the World Match Play.
Yeah.
Now, only just. But that is enormous for you,
it's
isn't it?
Close. Yeah, I know. I have in my back on my head that it is a long way to go to the match play. So here today is a very big first step.
And with a tournament tomorrow as well, this is a huge chance for you to potentially. I mean, you're playing really well this year. Yes, you had all those first round exits, but you must feel like your game is better than it's been for probably a couple of years. Is that fair?
No, my game is. I feel my game is really good. I felt it the last few months. Not every tournament, but many times I lose with really good average, near to 100 or even over 100, and I also lose first round. So I knew every time my game is okay, but it's only a little lucky. Today was a big lucky because I was 4-1 down, 3-0-3 down, so.
Well, look, you've got a lot to look forward to. The match play, obviously, there's still more work to do. But the World Cup of Darts coming up as well. If you're in form again, it'll be Sebastian, I think, you're playing with this year. Is that right?
No, in this moment it's...
Was it Radek? It'll be Radek. There we go.
Yeah,
so
with Radek Szagański.
But that's going to be an exciting tournament, obviously. No Van Gerwen there. We don't know if England are going to work together, but Poland could be very dangerous.
Maybe another record.
Maybe another world record.
Yeah.
Well, look, Krzysztof Ratajski, an 11th PDC title for the Polish Eagle, the greatest player that Poland
11?
ever. 11 in total. Couple of Euro Tours, UK Open qualifier, and 8 of these. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow for the next Players' Championship event. This man could push himself further into the World Match Play spots.
Thank you very much.
Well done, mate. Well done.